steward will stop that. To avoid anyone sitting.
I don't know.
I hope they pop you around a little bit. Wants to do our best to not
Good morning, conference, and welcome to Spring Conference 2024. And I'll hand over to our President, Mark Pack.
Thank you, Cara. And it's lovely to be here, back in York in the Barbican Centre, and to welcome everyone, whether you're here in person in York or joining us online to our spring conference, particularly because it's an exciting time in politics. It's only a few weeks until the important round of local elections coming up, and only well, who knows quite how many weeks until the Westminster general election. And I think that's one we should look forward to with a sense of excitement, because there are some general elections, 1997 or 1975, 1945 or 1918, the really big elections that mark the end of one political era and the start of a new era. And our opportunity, our chance when that election comes, will be to play our part in making this one of those big elections, to play our part in making sure that this failing Conservative government is finally removed from power. And we can look forward to that task with optimism. Optimism because of our run of amazing record-breaking parliamentary by-election wins. Optimism because we've made gains in every round of local elections this Parliament. And optimism because there are now more Liberal Democrat-run councils than there were even before we went into coalition in 2010. And optimism above all that by the time we next meet for a spring conference, more of you, more of us, will be councillors, will be MPs, will be Liberal Democrat council leaders, that more of you will have the political power to turn the sorts of policies we'll be debating this weekend into practical action to improve people's lives. And at some point, maybe only a few weeks away, we will gain, almost certainly in a by-election off the Tories, another council seat that will take us over that magic 3,000 councillor mark, a really important milestone in our recovery. And as we think of those opportunities, we can do so with, I guess, what one should call the guilty pleasure of being an opposition party, because it would be so much better if our country was being well run. It'd be so much better if, please not, but if any of us had to ring 999 this weekend, we could do so in confidence about how quickly an ambulance would appear. It'd be so much better if the next time we're walking along the riverbanks of one of Yorkshire's beautiful rivers or beautiful stretches of coastline, we didn't have to be thinking, I wonder when sewage was last dumped here. So much better if school kids and teachers going into school on Monday didn't have to worry about crumbling ceilings. But my goodness, the way in which the government is messing things up makes it so much easier for us as an opposition party. And they are, in fact, doing so badly, polling so poorly, they're currently doing even worse in the polls than they did in their previous all-time low, when they got absolutely hammered when fighting the 1832 general election under the Duke of Wellington. The Duke was perhaps, thankfully, rather better at fighting battles than he was at fighting elections. Now, that previous yardstick that the Tories may even yet manage to exceed at 1832 election was so long ago that, you know what, they didn't have letterboxes back then. So I'm not quite sure how anyone fought elections without letterboxes. But one of the things we should take pride from is that crushing Tory defeat set up actually a long period of predominantly Liberal government. And it was, you might not know this, it was under a Liberal Prime Minister that the Royal Mail first started encouraging people to get letterboxes. So letterboxes we can claim as another achievement for Liberal Democrats in power. And as we visit, it's a shame in a way that our predecessors obviously didn't have strong views on the merits of vertical versus horizontal letterboxes. And vertical, by the way, is best, but I know that's a controversial rule. But as we visit those modern letterboxes over the next few weeks, we should do so with a determination to stand up for our liberal values and for democracy, because tolerance and decency can seem in very short supply. And I say that particularly aware that today is the anniversary of the horrific massacre of Jews at Clifford's Tower just around the corner from here in 1190. And that should be a reminder to us of the important part that us liberals always must play in the fight against bigotry and in supporting everyone to lead their lives as they wish. And that emphasis on opportunity and on tolerance is at the heart of our values and of our policies. Policies rightly set by you, our party members, because our internal democracy is at the heart of how we are run as a party, and conference is absolutely central to that. So it's lovely to see you here all today, and I have great pleasure in handing over to formally open our conference to the Lord Mayor of York, Chris Carlwick. Chris.
Good morning, conference, and welcome to York. Welcome back. It's my great honour and my pleasure, my privilege, as the Right Honourable the Lord Mayor of York, to welcome the Liberal Democrat Conference to York this spring. I'm sure you will have noticed the lengths York goes to extend that welcome. How year by year we turn the banks of our historic city walls a sea of gold. As we welcome conference with daffodils. York is established by the Romans when they arrived on this very spot in AD 71. It welcomed the Danes, the Vikings when they arrived a few hundred years later, and the Normans, the French, when William the Conqueror arrived here in the 11th century. But today, York welcomes the world. Voted the most popular city to visit in England, in 2023, York welcomed an unbelievable 9.2 million visitors. That welcome extends to many who are seeking sanctuary and to defenders of human rights. Both of our two wonderful universities here in York, the University of York and of York St John, are universities of sanctuary. And I'm proud to serve as the Lord Mayor of a city which was the first in the United Kingdom to declare itself a city of human rights. Where else would conference want to be? 18th century Georgian York established itself as the place for society to come to party. And it's established as the place today for the Liberal Democrat Party to come and put a spring in its step. York is arguably the capital of the North, certainly the centre of the railway network, historically of the chocolate industry, but also a centre of social reform with its strong spiritual roots, including its Quaker roots. A spiritual centre of the North. And now today, increasingly a centre of government. Boris Johnson didn't send the House of Lords here, although he threatened to. But we now have a number of government departments, and we look forward to 2,500 cabinet office posts coming to a new government hub on the York Central site, just the other side of the railway station, the largest brownfield redevelopment anywhere in Europe. And York is also a city which boasts the reputation as an aspiring World Heritage Site, as a UNESCO City of Media Arts. Today, York is still making history. And I hope you take the opportunity, whilst you're here, or if you're watching conference from elsewhere, to see more of our wonderful city. Enjoy it whilst you're here this weekend, but I'm sure you'll have precious little time to do that. So I'd love to welcome you back. Welcome to York. Thank you. Thank you, conference.
We now move to item F2 in the agenda, which is the report from the Federal Conference Committee, and I now call on Councillor Nick DaCosta, Chair of FCC, to move the report.
Good morning, Conference, and thank you very much to the Lord Mayor, the Right Honourable Reverend Councillor Chris, for that opening. I think those of us who love titles are quite jealous. You've got quite a nice selection there. Welcome everyone to Conference. It's a pleasure to be back in York, one of our favourite venues for Conference. I also, just before I kick off, I want to express some thanks in advance of Conference kicking off, as a part of start. First, a huge thanks to the FCC as usual. They do an incredible amount of work in getting ready for Conference, and they're an absolute fantastic committee. And as many of you know, and I repeatedly say this, it is the best federal committee in the party. Also a huge thanks, thank you, a huge thanks in advance to our amazing stewards for the hard work they'll be doing over the next few days. You can see them around here, the Hilton, the Novotel, in the bright orange, yellow t-shirts. Any questions you've got, please reach out to them. Huge thanks as well to the Conference team, Susie, Amy, Wilma and Pilar. They work tirelessly for us to deliver these amazing conferences, and we could not do any of this without them. So please, a huge thank you to them for making everything happen. And of course, all of our supporters, suppliers, commercial partners, etc., who also make it interesting. I will take the report as read. Hopefully everyone's had a chance to read it. And I'm happy to launch into questions.
Thank you very much, Nick. So the questions you can find in Conference Extra. So we're now going to move to question 1, but could I ask John Grout to stand by in case he has a supplementary? So Nick, question 1.
Thank you very much. So the Federal Board is currently consulting members on a number of options with regards to autumn 2024. And once that conference is complete, it is likely that the responsible federal committees will discuss the outcome of the consultation and make a decision on next steps. I do want to point out that cancelling conference is only in the purview of the Federal Board and not FCC. I do appreciate that we've had a number of cancellations due to very valid reasons, the outbreak of COVID and the death of Her late Majesty the Queen. And we're also facing increasingly the prospect of an autumn election, although the election could be anywhere between January, and we know Rishi has said not on the 2nd of May, which means probably will be the 2nd of May. And I think many of us can appreciate how significant this election can be for us. It's important not only that our focus is on winning many seats as possible, but as responsible members of a federal committee, we also take into consideration the financial and logistical impact on the party, on our staff, on the campaign, but also on our members. The aim with starting the consultation process now is that so we have time to talk with members, hear concerns, views, and be able to make a decision based on evidence. And up until this point, we've had 2,215 members respond to the consultation. In the case that conference does go ahead as normal, FCC will be working very hard with HQ, state, regional and local parties to ensure as little disruption as possible to our campaigns and to see what we can offer within the very limited budget envelope that we unfortunately have. I would hope that members appreciate that we're having these discussions now, well in advance of autumn conference, which, depending what the outcome is, will allow members to change or adapt their bookings. Finally, FCC doesn't want to cancel conference. Our purpose, as per the Constitution, is to be responsible for organising conference. As I mentioned, the decision to cancel lies with the Federal Board and not the FCC. And if we make a recommendation to cancel, which we didn't in this instance, we do so with a very heavy heart and after huge amount of debate. It's not a decision anyone in the party takes lightly.
Thank you very much, Nick. So, John, if you do have a supplementary, you're at the intervention mic. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Nick. In the event that a decision is made to cancel outright, as opposed to have an election launch with some training on the side or something like that, given the high impact to members of the financial impact to members of previous cancellations, will that be borne in mind this time?
I missed the last bit of that, sorry.
So when conferences have been cancelled in the past, members have often been left saddled with very high costs for cancelled accommodation and that kind of thing. Will that be borne in mind this time?
Yes, I mean, the impact, both financial and, I was going to say logistical on members, both financial and logistical on members has been taken into consideration and is being discussed. It's also one of the recommendations why we recommend booking hotel accommodation, for example, through Visit Brighton or Visit Bournemouth, the official hotel booker, because they have, if they have to renegotiate for refunds, they are able to do so better because they have that direct relationship with the hotel. So I'd always recommend use the official booking channels for any hotels, because if they're able to negotiate on your behalf for refunds, it's better than you just trying to do it as a single individual. Cool.
Thank you very much, Nick. We now move to question 2, and can I ask Abriel Jeram to stand by in case you have a supplementary? Thank you, Nick.
So the short answer to this question is yes. The Conference Office have explored over 50 different alternatives for spring and autumn conferences, but we are very limited by our specific requirements, availability and budget.
Thank you, Nick, for that short response. Abriel, are you there for... No supplementary. Thank you very much. So we now turn to question 3. Thank you.
So question 3, the FCC can only consider topics for conference which are submitted to it. With regards to a general election manifesto focus items, this was covered in autumn 2023 with the pre-manifesto motion, which was debated, amended and passed, which then goes into the FPC manifesto process. However, this time round, nothing was submitted for FCC to consider.
Thank you very much. And that was a joint question by Abriel and John. John, do you have a supplementary question? No, you don't. Okay. So I think we have time for just one more, which is question 4.
Perfect. Respectfully, with regards to question 4, I think the 3,000 Lib Dem councillors and almost 70 councils we lead would disagree with your assessment that this motion lacks in substance. Furthermore, there has been a 25% cut in real terms, 25% real terms cut in central funding for local authorities since 2016.
Thank you. So we now move to a vote.
Supplementary, I think it's got a supplementary.
Apologies for that. Please go ahead with your supplementary.
No, while I definitely could have worded the question better, while it sets out the problems very clearly that we all recognise with local government funding, the confidence results section, it's got phrases such as support policies which I suggest might mean that that policy motion could undergo further development of what it's saying. And also, of the other 2 things to support, one of them is supporting the LGA's Make It Local campaign, many of the main items of which are already Lib Dem policy, quite a few passed last conference. For example, lots of their proposals on avoiding land banking by developers was in ALDC's Amendment 2 of the housing motion last conference.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. FCC can only consider amendments and motions that are put to it, and we don't have any power to amend motions ourselves. So we would need people to submit either different motions or amendments in order to take those points aboard. And unfortunately, FCC, I wish we were all powerful, but we're not that powerful.
Thank you very much, Nick. And now we will move to a vote. To all those in the hall, the people online should now see the vote open. So all those in the hall, if you are in favour of accepting the report from FCC, please raise your cards. Thank you. And all those against. Okay, we'll just wait a moment for the online vote. Okay, that is clearly carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we now move to item F3, which is the report from the Federal Policy Committee, and I now ask Lucy Netzinger to move the policy report.
Thank you. It is wonderful to be back in York for Spring Conference and to see so many people here bright and early on Saturday morning. And it is a beautiful Saturday morning, I have to say. So I'm not going to speak for long about the FPC report, because we don't have very long. I do, however, want to repeat the point that is made in the report about our profound thanks to Dick Newby and Joe for all the astonishing amount of work that they've done in the preparation of the manifesto. They have met with a quite phenomenal number of groups and listened to an extraordinary number of people, and their work is really impressive. So we'll move straight to questions. The first question is from M. Dean, and I'll just say it's really good to have the thanks for the policy index. I know this is something that FPC have been asking about, and many other people have been asking about for some time. Real thanks go to the IT team who have set this up, and it is wonderful to have it now. In terms of the index being expanded to take into account more of the policy, I think we are hoping that that will happen, but it probably won't happen before the general election, almost certainly, because we know there's a vast amount of work for all of the staff to do before that, and this will probably happen after that. I don't know if Em's here.
It looks like not, so let's move to the next question.
So the next question from Michael, looking into the various reports on tax loopholes. There has been quite a lot of examination of this as a result, kind of as part of the manifesto process. I don't think that the manifesto is going to have things on all 100 changes that might be suggested, but there certainly has been quite a lot of work on that. It doesn't feel to me likely that immediately after a general election is the right moment for FPC to look at this again more thoroughly, because we don't know at that point what a new government might be doing. So I think it's unlikely that that would be on the agenda right at the start of a parliament.
Thank you very much. Michael doesn't look like he's there, so thank you very much, Lucy. And we will now move to a vote on the FPC report. So to all those in the hall in favour of accepting the report, please raise your cards. Thank you. And all those who are not in favour, thank you. We've also got the online vote going on, so we'll just give that a few seconds. Thank you. That is clearly carried. Thank you. And I'll now hand over to Eleanor Kelly, who will be chairing the next session, F4.
Good morning, conference. My name is Eleanor Kelly. I am chairing today's session. To my left is my aide, Tom Campion, and down in the audience, my hall aide, Darryl Smalley. We're kicking off this weekend's policy roster with F4, Sport for the People, which you can find on page 14 of your agenda. There are currently 2 moved amendments to this motion, which you can find on page 5 of today's conference daily. So without any further ado, I would like to call Councillor Alex Wagner to stand by, and I would like to call Tim Farron to the stage to propose the motion.
Morning. So in the words of Jurgen Klopp, football is the most important of the unimportant things. Your favourite sport might not be football, so feel free to tailor that quote to suit your own passions, but one of Klopp's predecessors at Anfield, Bill Shankly, once proclaimed something slightly different. He said, "Football is not a matter of life and death. It is far more important than that." Now, Shankly's words are funny, and at times, personally, they really feel true. But for me, Klopp has it about right. Is sport as important as tackling poverty, fighting the climate crisis, improving healthcare? Well, no, but it still matters. Sport is rooted in and integral to our culture. It's a source of unity, of identity, and indeed a source of joy. Or at least it is to some of you. Whereas I I'm a Blackburn Rovers fan. I am content with my lot. If when I was 9 years old, someone had come up to me and offered me a deal that went a bit like this, right, Tim, this team will be pretty average for a decade or so, then they will be really good for a couple of decades, including moments of total ecstatic brilliance. They will win the league, the cup, they'll play in Europe, they'll provide half the England team, but then, for the remainder of your days, they will be a soul-deadening, life-draining source of total frustration and misery. Then I absolutely would have taken that deal, which is lucky because that's exactly how things have turned out. But for some people, apparently, watching sport is not a source of total frustration and misery, and they actually enjoy it, which is nice to know. And I'm here to fight for their right to watch more of it and to do so free of charge. Because sport is key to our lives lived in community and to the life of our country. It draws people together. It provides shared experiences of exhilaration and disappointment. It's a force for good, and it underpins some of the best traditions of each part of our United Kingdom. And once upon a time, we could watch many of those sporting events together without having to pay through the nose. That we have lost this is not the inevitable result of progress. It is the avoidable byproduct of the carelessness and complicity of politicians as they fail to grapple with the greed of a privileged minority. And so now, too many key sporting fixtures can only be watched by people who can afford expensive TV subscriptions. That Monday morning excitement in the schoolyard of did you see, about the matches, the games over the weekend should not be confined only to those whose families have the cash to access those shared experiences. For the sake of our national life, it is time that the list of free-to-air sporting events is expanded, updated and renewed to include key events like Premier League matches, golf, cricket and rugby. Since the early 1990s, the steady progression of lost access to our most popular sports has made money for the few, but done pretty much nothing for the millions who follow those sports. One by one, our most precious events have disappeared from free-to-view channels. The commercialising of sport is defended because apparently it generates money to develop clubs and players. But honestly, conference, this is a con. Only the very top end of the professional pyramids ever receive any meaningful sums of cash. The rest don't even get the crumbs from the table. Precious little money trickles down, and yet not one single English Premier League football game is available free to view. Not one. And the new TV deal will keep English and Scottish Premier League football behind the paywall until the end of the decade. Match ticket prices have continued to soar, pricing fans out watching live. But watching the Premier League on TV is now 50% more expensive even than the average season ticket. And let's not forget how close we came to a European Super League, a monstrous idea removing any pretense that football for these people is about anything other than making money. Now, football is my obsession, but there are some other sports that I actually enjoy watching. Cricket, tennis, rugby league, rugby union, darts, obviously, athletics. And as you know, many of these sporting events are not protected from being taken from free to view and monetised. So many of them are shut off behind extortionate subscription fees, not available to the masses. But who will be the tennis players, golfers, athletes, cricketers and rugby players of the future if no one's able to watch them? Watching a moment of brilliance can be the spark that starts incredible careers for future athletes, although this is not really mostly about the future professionals. It's for every armchair athlete in the land, for those of us who love something that we will never be any good at, and yet we find ourselves transported into the action, part of the drama, vicariously involved, partisan and passionate. This motion calls for the government to review the list of sporting fixtures which must have live coverage made available to free-to-air channels to include a number of games for the women's and the men's English and Scottish Premier Leagues and Football Leagues, the women's and men's Six Nations, the Ryder Cup, the Solheim Cup, the Lord's Ashes Tests for men and women, and the entirety of the Wimbledon Championships. And for the government to ensure that more disability sports are televised and that key national sporting events that are already on the list, such as the Summer and Winter Olympics and Paralympics, are protected. We are the party that believes in community, the party that seeks to uphold the best of our country's values, and the party that recognises that free markets are not free at all if they are not fair. So if we continue to leave the broadcasting of sport to the unfettered free market, we can expect to see most people locked out or exploited by those with the power to do so, which means it is our job to make that market fair, to step in and put our most precious sporting event back on the box. So I fell in love with my team, with their funny, distinctive kit, when I saw them lose 5-2 to Blackpool on ITV's big match when I was 9 years old. And I want every other child to have the same opportunity as me to live a miserable and frustrated life. But seriously, I want the sports that we collectively love, that help to make us a people, to be free and accessible to the people. To do that takes political will and the guts to stand up to those with the money and the power. Well, we have the will and we have the guts, so let's turn the tide and bring the nation's favourite event back into the nation's living rooms. Please pass the motion and the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tim. I would now like to call Fraser Graham to stand by, and I would like to call Councillor Alex Wagner from Shrewsbury and Atcham to propose Amendment 1.
Morning, conference. So Saturday morning, first thing, and after Tim Farron is not the slot I would have chosen. However, I'll endeavour to do my best. This is an early chance to get your cliche klaxons out and to stamp your conference bingo cards, because what I'm doing is enhancing this already superb motion with an amendment, helpfully put together with the Local Government Association, to do just that, add a local government angle. And I think what was alluded to in Tim's speech already is that the main way that people interact with sport in the UK, though some are professional athletes and really do need those opportunities, is through their local rugby club, through their cricket club, their football club, through local associations, through things that are often funded directly by local government or by grants from local government. Now, I'm a councillor myself, and I'm a councillor in an area which is incredibly rural and having an incredibly tough time of it financially. I know firsthand that the local football teams, the local rugby teams, local cricket clubs are absolutely essential as far as pieces of community infrastructure go. I played for Llanymynech Juniors. We lost almost every game. My brother played for a much better, slightly younger side. My dad was a manager of one of the teams. My mum, though she's not really into her football, was the club welfare officer. And that was a lot more than just turning up on Sunday mornings. That was really at the heart of the community. And in a really rural area like Shropshire, you know, that's important, because actually we don't have the kind of easy access, and we do have these troubles with rural isolation. So councils having an involvement in this is incredibly important. This motion is fantastic already. I think it makes some incredibly important points, and sport is incredibly important to an awful lot of people in this country. But making no mention of the important grassroots sports facilities isn't quite right, and it doesn't quite fit right, I think, with the Liberal Democrat motion that seeks to empower communities, as is entrenched in our constitution and everything we do in our communities. So the reason I wanted to propose this is because with local authority budget cuts really gripping, I know Shropshire's not unique in having to make some incredibly tough decisions about finances, and I know Shropshire's not unique in having to make incredibly tough decisions about non-statutory services. We need a local government angle to protect our local sports facilities, to make sure that the athletes of tomorrow can train locally, and to make sure that rural communities, like in Shropshire, don't get left out and don't get left behind, which is too often the case. I won't take any more time than I need to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex. I would now like to call Guy Russo to stand by, and I would like to call to the stage Fraser Graham from South Edinburgh to propose Amendment 2.
Thank you. Tim, I'm not sure I agree with you on football. I'm personally not much of a fan, but then there are so many other sports than football and some of the other very few options that have currently been listed in this motion, which is why I'm moving this amendment. Whilst the motion mentions more sports than football, and I welcome that it has specifically mentioned coverage of Scottish sports, coverage of women's sports as well, because I think that's really important. It just doesn't go far enough. Tick that one off your conference bingo cards, people. This amendment's very simple. All it's asking is for more visibility for niche sports. We haven't gone very prescriptive. We haven't said you need to throw millions and millions of pounds at this. But, just a little bit more coverage. Sports that go unseen or unheard. Just last year, whilst I was visiting Lincoln to help with their very successful local council elections campaign, I attended, in support of my friend, Councillor Natasha Chapman, a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu competition. And I was fascinated because it was a sport I'd never seen before, and I did very briefly consider giving it a try myself, and then I remembered that I have a back that crinkles alarmingly when I lie down, never mind when I'm wrestling on a floor. But, you know, I would never have even considered that as a sport had I not been able to see it. So, do we think, you know, someone like Luke Littler would have been as mad about darts if he hadn't been exposed to it through the sheer level of coverage that darts seems to get on TV? There is already free-to-air coverage in Scotland of Shinty on BBC Alba, which is fantastic to see, and I'm sure it's something that Wendy Chamberlain's very pleased to know about. But could this not be shown nationwide? You know, why does it have to just be shown in Scotland? Niche sports need attention and funding, and that can only come from increased visibility and participation. Currently, there are athletes of niche sports such as 10-pin bowling who are having to crowdfund to attend the European Championship to represent their country. Surely, if there was more coverage, that would be something they wouldn't be needing to do, or if they did have to do it, they'd find it a lot easier. Better coverage equals better participation. So, conference, please support this amendment. Let's broaden our sporting horizons and support niche sports. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fraser. I would now like to call Paul McGarry to stand by, and I would like to ask to the stage Guy Russo, who is speaking for the motion as a whole, and I believe it's his first time speaking at conference.
Good morning, conference. Hello, thank you. Yes, I'm delighted to be a first-time speaker at conference and also to be the Liberal Democrat candidate for Enfield and Harringay at the upcoming GLA elections. I'm here to speak for the motion as a whole, including and with particular reference to Amendment 1. I used to work in pub management. It might not seem like it's part of this motion, but I've seen firsthand the power of great sport to bring people together in our communities. But I've also seen the child and their father who weave into the crowd, buy the cheapest possible drink they can at the bar, and sit and watch their favourite team together because in this cost of living crisis, they cannot afford a subscription at home. And I've seen firsthand the spiralling costs of hospitality venues who try valiantly to continue to offer sports coverage, even as costs inflate. So this motion's provisions are very welcome and hopefully just the start of giving sport the proper place in public policy that it deserves in this country. Now, it is often said that politics and sport don't mix well. Just ask Gary Lineker, who's had a very recent experience with that at the moment. But that's nonsense. It's a lie, and we should call it out for what it really is. An attempt to nullify any debate about a status quo in the sporting world. And that status quo is a dangerous one. It is one that favours creeping profiteering rather than sport that is truly for all. It is one that tries to hold back the renaissance in women's sport rather than embrace and rejoice in it. And it's one that tries to nullify the vital role that community sport plays, not just in the development of the next generation of elite athletes, but in the nurturing of the very fabric of community that we as Liberal Democrats hold so dear. It's in that context that it can seem easy for councils like Harringay Council to make tennis courts chargeable. It's easy for Enfield Council to make Whitewebs one of the few golf courses in London that was actually cheap. Tottenham Hotspur's newest extended elite sports academy. But conference, as Liberal Democrats, we have to call these things out for what they are. The enclosure movement for our times. Councils face increasingly tough choices, there's no denying that. But to cut community sport is an easy option, so we must give councils the support they need to ring-fence, protect, and enhance those facilities. And we also have to call on them to think again before making those cuts in the first place. Conference, please back the motion and the Amendment 1 and Amendment 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would now like to ask Mihir Magudia to stand by, and I would like to call Paul McGarry from Eastern Bartonshire to the stage.
So this conversation is about more than just television. It's about inclusivity, accessibility, and preservation of community spirit. Let us first consider football. Now, it's a game that's very much at the heart of our nation, yet the evolution of the Premier League into a high-stakes commercial enterprise has alienated many. The days when football was synonymous with community and passion seem at times distant, when broadcasting rights escalate into billions, widening the gap between fans and the game they love. As a Plymouth Argyle fan, Tim, I feel you. It was an attempt to compete with the Premier League that nearly obliterated my club, the club that I love. This shift not only affects how we engage with football, but also reflects wider disparities in our society. So this motion before us represents a significant financial undertaking. It could cost millions to make this available. But I believe its vision should be broadened, and we should consider how that funding is used. It's imperative that we ask the question about other sports, and how do we champion underrepresented sports? And I support Amendment 2. The efforts recently by TNT Sports, BBC and Netflix have shed light on lesser followed sports, proving that our broadcasting ambitions need not be confined to just traditional sports. Did you know that of the 11.2 million amateur sporting participants in the UK, that 9 million are participating in sports other than football? This is a rich tapestry of sports participation that is not really reflected in media or broadcasting. Our commitment should encompass the full spectrum of British sports, from the tactical intricacies of Scottish football, the enduring appeal of curling, shinty, ice hockey, basketball, tennis, badminton, volleyball, handball. The list goes on, and these are sports that people are participating, dedicating their lives to, but get very, very little in media coverage. I personally am an NFL fan, but I recognise that that's not really in the national interest to make that free to air. But these smaller sports are. I've seen the work of the BBC in promoting netball. Netball Premier League is available on BBC iPlayer, as is shinty. I recommend it. And moreover, the success of the Lionesses have demonstrated the power of visibility in inspiring a nation and promoting gender equality in sports. 1.2 billion people across the world watched the Lionesses in their tremendous victories. That in itself encouraged greater participation in that sport. And I think we can see the same if we were to promote other sports. So I do ask you to support Amendment 2 and help us to encourage greater participation, greater availability, and greater accessibility in sports throughout the UK. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would now like to ask Rob Rees to stand by, and I would like to call to the stage Mihir Magoodia from St Albans, who is speaking against the motion.
Thank you, Conference. On the face of it, this is a fantastic motion. Of course, I want to watch more sport on free-to-air TV. Of course, I find subscriptions irritating. Of course, I'd love it if it was all free all the time. And I can feel the urge inside me to intervene in the sports broadcasting market. I can just feel it bubbling inside. We could fix this by intervening in this market. But, Conference, this motion is so well intended, but it's wrong. And that's because it will inadvertently undermine grassroots sports. Around 1/3 of broadcasting rights money goes into grassroots sports. And it's an absolute tragedy, but public service broadcasters simply cannot afford to compete with commercial broadcasters. Grassroots sports needs this money, Conference. This motion means less money for the grassroots. And even if Tim is right, and he almost always is, and so little of it trickles down from this huge pot down to clubs and players in development, surely the right answer cannot be to reduce the size of that pot in the first place. This motion lists some of the most lucrative sporting events that we have in the country. And grassroots sports needs that money. If we intervene, tempting, as I say, though it is, we're shooting grassroots sports in the leg, and we're potentially diminishing future sports participation. So, Conference, I urge you to reject this incredibly well-intentioned, but sadly misdirected motion. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. I would now like to ask Henry Wright to stand by, and I would like to call Rob Rees from Sheffield to the stage.
Good morning, conference. On this Saturday morning, I'd like to say thank you to the wonderful array of volunteers that come out here to work and to make sure this conference can happen. And this conference can't happen without them. In the same way that sport is more than just the players, conference is more than just us people up on the stage. Sport is more than the community that it creates. It's more than the people out on the pitch. It's the coaches, it's the groundsmen, it's the engineers, it's the scientists that behind the scenes make it happen. I'm a great believer in the phrase, you can't be what you can't see. I work as an engineer and I got into it because in 2007 I was flicking through the channels and I saw some cars go very quickly round corners and I thought, that's what I want to do. Well, I'm too tall to fit in a race car, nor do I have the money, but I thought, you know what, I'll get into the engineering. And that's what led me down the path that took me to Sheffield. Now, I wasn't good enough, wasn't clever enough to go and work for an F1 team, but that changed the course of my life, seeing where sport on TV that gave me a passion for engineering. And that's what we should be doing. We should be inspiring others. We should be inspiring the youth to go into fields that they might not think are possible because they see other things. Those that go into sports science, engineering, healthcare, architecture, because of what they see and experience on the media. I also want to acknowledge Amendment 2 and recommend that you support it for exactly the same reason. Now, I'm young of years, but I'm sure a number of you can remember on ITV, World of Sports, that opened the eyes to a wide range of different sports that I'm sure many people got involved in because of what they saw. Most notably, at the end, the wrestling and the decades, years-long rivalry between Big Daddy and Giant Haystacks. Yeah, Tim, you know what I'm getting at. So there is more to sport than the footballers. And we should be celebrating that. Because we as a country, we've got so much to give in terms of our sporting prowess that is not just on the field. So I ask you to support Amendment 2 and the motion as amended. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rob. I would now like to ask Emily Smith to stand by, and I'd like to call Henry Wright from Reading to the stage.
Hello, conference. I'm standing here to support particular notes 4 and believes A, to show the meaning of sport to our communities. You might have noticed this shirt that I have put on and I'm wearing. What does it mean? Well, to many of you, it's probably just an incredibly tasteful outfit choice. But to me, it makes me part of a community that has existed in one way or another in Reading since 1871. It is, of course, the shirt of my beloved Reading Football Club. Woo! Some Royals fans in the audience. It unites people across my town from different areas, different backgrounds, different views, and in their love of the sport. But what does that have to do with this motion? Well, I have to say, sadly, sport is a powerful thing, but it is at its weakest when we give too much power to corporations and big money. To highlight this, I'd like to mention a sad topic for all people from my town. My beloved Royals, the shirt I'm wearing today, are on the verge of collapse, thanks to this very greed that this motion seeks to address. The EFL have allowed the club to be bought by an irresponsible owner, Dai Young. He's selling our training ground, he is not paying our staff, he is ruining the club, and he is potentially going to rob this sporting asset from the town. So if anyone from the EFL or DCMS is watching, we must save Reading Football Club. And it's this feeling of people across Reading which illustrates why we must support this motion today. This motion and the 2 amendments seek to open up sport more to the people who are supporters, players, athletes, their training staff, the back office support workers. I work for the NHS, and I know that increasing our activity would increase our health, so particular Amendment 1 is good there, and Amendment 2 to widen up the opportunities for different sports. Conference, I hope that this illustrates the plight of my club, the plight of our town in Reading, the feelings that this motion creates. Sport is for the people, and you should support this motion today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Henry. And I forgot to mention, I think that's his first speech at conference, so well done. Okay, and now I would like to ask to the stage Emily Smith from Oxford West and Abingdon to submit Amendment 1. I'd like to ask Ollie Craven to stand by.
Good morning, Conference. I fully support this motion to ensure that more people are able to watch and be inspired by a range of sports. But once motivated, we need to have places in our local communities for people to take part in these sports and get involved. So as a district councillor, I'm asking you all to support Amendment 1. As Alex mentioned when moving this amendment, real-term cuts in local council budgets and increasing pressure on statutory services such as homelessness prevention and social care means that there's little money left to pay for maintaining local sports facilities, despite the known benefits to public health that this would bring. My own children play football, and this season they've had more matches cancelled than they've played because our home ground is prone to flooding and has such poor drainage. The volunteers who give up their time to coach and arrange youth football often ask me as a councillor if the district council can pay for improvements or upgrading the sports pavilion. But sadly, the answer I have to give is no. Councils are responsible for 31% of grass pitches, 33% of all swimming pools, which provide the majority of public access water space, and 20% of all health and fitness facilities. Yet local government association research has found that nearly 2/3 of the leisure estate is ageing and past its replacement date, with a number of facilities having to be closed for urgent structural repairs. Securing new pitches and sports infrastructure is also an uphill struggle. In the Vale of Whitehorse, we are building more new homes than any other shire district in the country, but there is no guarantee that developers will provide sufficient sports facilities for these new communities. By giving local government more power and levers and funding to ensure that excellent local leisure facilities are provided, we can leverage the engagement that comes from exposure to national and international sports events to ensure that all young people and adults are more active and able to lead healthy lives. The improved physical and mental health that comes from both organised sports and simply meeting friends for a kickabout at the rec will save the NHS and councils money in the long run as well. And of course, some of those children playing at these local public pitches will also go on to compete at the highest levels, continuing that cycle of aspiration. So thank you to everyone who's spoken in support of Amendment 1, and Conference, please support Amendment 1 and the motion as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would now like to ask Jess Brown-Fuller to stand by, and I'd like to call Ollie Craven to the stage to summate Amendment 2.
Good morning, Conference. I think this is about the first time I've been up this early and not been causing trouble, so it's nice to see you all. I think we have had a very positive debate. We've obviously covered football in great detail, and it's a sport I'm also passionate about. I work for a football club, and I think this motion will do a lot of good in widening access to something that is becoming increasingly expensive and hard to access. But Amendment 2 is about how we support those sports that don't already have that massive financial advantage. This amendment itself was written by somebody who is a very competent 10-pin bowler. Sadly, she can't be here today, hence you have me and Fraser. But it is sports like that that need more visibility so that they can have more participants and more funding. Fraser, Paul and Rob talked about how a great many sports have benefited from that visibility, from the Lionesses to things like World of Sport on ITV. And then we also talked about how important sports teams are as community assets, and that includes minority sports as much as it includes the big ones. And I will just briefly cover a sort of disagreement with Mahir, because while he may very well have a point with the biggest clubs, the biggest sports, there is no pie that can be made smaller for those minority sports that barely get any attention to start with. And if they are given more support and more funding and more visibility, then they will only grow. And I hope you will support both amendments, conference, and the motion as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, I would like to ask Jess Fuller-Brown for the PPC for Chichester to come and summate the motion as a whole.
Conference. Thank you to all that took part in the debate for Sport for the People this morning. And it's amazing in a room very early on a Saturday morning to hear such a well-structured debate. I'm also glad to be flying the flag along with Emily Smith as the only two females that took part in the policy motion this morning. So we heard during the debate from Tim how sport is a source for unity and identity. We also heard that Amendment 1 seeks to make sport accessible via local government, to make sure sport can continue to be at the heart of communities and protect our sports facilities. And then Amendment 2 was seeking to make more visibility for the more niche sports to broaden our support of them. We heard about the creeping profiteering within sport and the tough choices that councils are having to make to cut grassroots sports. We heard about the widening gap between sports and their fans in football. And we also heard somebody speak for the 9 million participants enjoying sports other than football. Now, we did hear that 1/3 of broadcasting money goes into grassroots sports. And I would speak to that when I say that your average non-league side doesn't have a single paid member of staff. So the suggestion that the broadcasting money is trickling down in a good enough way doesn't add up. We heard that this policy is about protecting sport and going further to enjoy more sport on free-to-air channels. We're asking for such a small percentage of sport to be shown, just 3% of Premier League matches. We are a nation of sports lovers. We enjoy watching sports on TV, and this year we will all enjoy watching our nation's athletes represent us in the Euros and in the Olympics and Paralympics. The key takeaway for me this morning has been that expensive TV subscriptions are a barrier to accessing loved sports for so many in our country. The list of free-to-air sporting events must be updated to include more women's sports as well as key events like Premier League matches, golf, cricket and rugby. I am going to talk about football again. I'm really sorry. And that's a sentence that I'm sure my husband would never have expected me to say on this stage this morning. The beauty of the FA Cup is all teams, regardless of league, have the opportunity to compete in the same competition, which gives clubs like my local team in Chichester incredible opportunities. So in 2019, they had the opportunity to progress to the next stage after getting a bye. Don't ask me what that means. And they received £82,000 in prize money, which progressed them in the games. They connected with teams across the country, and it gave Chichester City FC great promotion and visibility. The FA Cup has been free to air on the BBC since 2014, and now the rights have been sold to TNT Sports on a 4-year deal from 2025, with only some games now appearing on free-to-air. And while 33 million people were watching domestic women's sports in this country in 2022, the coverage of women's sports on TV went down from 13% to 8%. In my younger years, sport never really felt like it was for me. I didn't have the confidence to pursue sports in extracurricular clubs, and the girls' sporting offer at my secondary school left a lot to be desired. But as an adult, I'm now captain of my local netball team, which I'm very proud of. I have a love for squash and badminton. I'm not any good, but I enjoy it. And I'm cabinet member for culture and sport at my district council. I also had no idea that I enjoyed rugby until I started watching it every Sunday morning and became a shouty sideline mum while my son played. Younger me would have scoffed at the thought of me representing Chichester for sports, but younger Jess also didn't know that she wanted to be the MP for Chichester, so I don't think she knew as much as she thought she did. This motion goes towards addressing the imbalance. It protects key sporting events and makes sure that they're accessible for all into the future. So, conference, please support this motion, including both amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And of course, that is Jess Brown-Fuller. I wrote your name down wrong, I apologise. So we're now going to move to a series of votes. You'll remember that we have online participants and they need a little bit of extra time to get those votes in online because there's a little bit of a delay. So if you can bear with us while we just give them a little bit more time, and then I will then move to votes in the room. Okay, so we're now going to move to the vote in the room. I would like to ask all those in favour of Amendment 1 to please raise your hand now. Thank you. If you could lower your hands. And all those against Amendment 1. That has pretty unanimously passed. Thank you very much. We're just going to launch, give a few more minutes for vote 2, just in case anything comes in online. Give us a sec. Okay, and if I could see all the votes in the room in favour of Amendment 2. Lovely. If you could lower your hands. And all those against Amendment 2. That amendment has also passed. 2 seconds. Just in the online vote for the motion as a whole. Okay, and if I could now see in the room all those in favour of the motion as it is amended. If you could lower your hands. And all those against. Very pleased to say that that motion has passed as amended. I would like to thank my aide, Tom Campion, and of course my lovely hall aide, Darryl Smalley, as well as the wonderful BSL team who have been working very hard this morning. We've got a little bit of time before our next motion, so I'd just like to draw your attention to a few things in the agenda. Later today, we have spokesperson Q&As. We've got the Treasury Q&A at 1 o'clock, and then we have the Health Q&A at 2:30. Both of those will be in the Lendl room. We've also set up a type form if anybody wants to submit their questions early for that. You can find that linked in the conference Facebook groups and online. And of course, later this afternoon, we have speeches from the fabulous Helen Morgan MP, Sarah Olney MP, and Leila Moran MP. They will be here in the main hall. And just a general bit of housekeeping for anybody who has been inspired to put in a speaker's card for any of the debates coming up today. If you could try and get those in as early as you can, it makes it a lot easier for us as chairs and aides. In a few minutes, I'll be handing over to my esteemed colleague, Belinda Brooks-Gordon, for Boosting Cancer Survival, F5. You can find the text of Boosting Cancer Survival on page 17 of the conference agenda. Any amendments to that will be found on page 6 of Conference Daily. Just to anybody who's just walked in, I wanted to plug the spokesperson Q&As that we are running over the weekend. We've got the Treasury Q&A this afternoon at 1 o'clock. That is in the Lendl room. And at 2:30, we also have the Health Q&A also in the Lendl room. We've set up a type form so that people can submit their questions early because those sessions tend to be very, very full, and it makes it a lot easier for us if you submit those questions early. Okay, I would like to introduce to the stage my esteemed colleague, Belinda Brooks-Gordon, who is going to be chairing the next policy motion, Boosting Cancer Survival.
We've got the right button now. I could have stood to bellow. Right. Okay, as you've heard, this is number F5 on the important topic of boosting cancer survival rates. You've heard my name, Belinda Brooks-Gordon. My aide is Shafak Mohammed, and our hall aide is Jenny Rigg. It's on page 16 of your printed agenda, and if you're using the app, it's under the conference documents. There is one amendment that you'll see on page 6 of Conference Daily. Can I remind all speakers to please keep to time? And I now ask Councillor Donna Harris to stand by, and I call Daisy Cooper MP to propose the motion. Our MP for St Albans and spoke for Health and Social Care.
Good morning, Conference. It is an honour to be here this morning to set out our Liberal Democrat proposals to boost cancer survival. Now, it is a sad fact that 1 in 2 of us will get cancer in our lifetime. And all of us have known someone who has suffered from this terrible disease. Many of you here today will have heard Ed Davey talk about how cancer impacted his family. He spoke very movingly at our autumn conference about how he and his brothers lost both their parents when they were very young. Ed's dad died at the age of 38, just a few short months after a diagnosis of cancer. And a few years later, when Ed was 9, cancer came for his mum too. Thankfully, due to the amazing advances in cancer research and the hard work of our doctors and nurses, twice as many people now survive cancer today compared to the 1970s when Ed's parents were diagnosed. It also means that more than 1 million more people's lives have been saved from cancer across the UK since the 1980s. But despite all of this success, the UK is still lagging dangerously behind the USA, Australia, and our neighbours in Europe. Across the world, the UK ranks as one of the lowest for survival rates amongst some cancers, and we are far behind our peers, especially when it comes to equipment. France, for example, has almost double the number of radiotherapy machines per person than we have here in England. And it's clear why it is that we are lagging behind. And it is because this Conservative government has completely and utterly neglected our cancer services. There is a target. The main target for cancer is that 85% of people should start treatment within 62 days from an urgent referral. But that target has been missed every single year since 2015. Last year, the number of people who waited longer than the 62 days target to start treatment was 100,000. And conference, I can reveal to you today that since 2019, the number of people who have waited longer than the 62-day target to start treatment after an urgent referral is a terrifying 450,000 cancer patients. That figure is absolutely shocking. And it's worth noting that this target only applies to 85% of people. The target is for 85% of people to be treated within 62 days. But the government can't even reach that. So it's time to invest in our cancer services so that 100% of cancer patients can get the treatment they need when they need it, just as we Liberal Democrats are pledging in this motion. From their broken promise to build 40 new hospitals, to their broken promise to recruit 6,000 more GPs, and their broken promise to bring down NHS waiting lists, we've had nothing but broken promises from a succession of Conservative Prime Ministers. They even broke their promise to publish a 10-year cancer plan that would have made a real difference to patients and their chances of survival. The Conservatives seem incapable of keeping their promises or even putting a coherent plan together. And people are sick to the back teeth of it. But we Liberal Democrats will make cancer services a top priority as we head into this general election year. This motion today commits our party to fixing cancer services after almost a decade of neglect by the Conservatives. Today, we can make Ed's pledge to give 100% of cancer patients a legal right to start cancer treatment within 2 months our official policy. Our ambition for cancer services requires more kit, more staff, and more funding, all of which we can commit to today. That includes boosting access to the latest treatment by investing in 200 new radiotherapy machines and 3,400 more cancer nurses to help run them. This follows on from the fantastic work of Tim Farron, who has campaigned to end radiotherapy desert areas in the UK, which adversely impacts 3.5 million people. And we would publish that 10-year cancer plan, focusing on increasing survival, something that this government has failed to do. We also want to boost research, so we would pass a new Cancer Research Act to coordinate cancer research funding, and we would finally plug that £1 billion gap in cancer research funding over the next decade. There is far more in this motion than I can possibly hope to cover in my short time here on the stage, but I hope that in the speeches to follow, people will share their experiences and their thoughts on this incredibly ambitious cancer plan. Conference, this motion doesn't just put forward our plan for cancer services, it sets out why it's so important that we fix them. By 2040, the number of new cases of cancer will jump by a fifth, with 500,000 new cases being diagnosed each year. With exciting new treatments arriving all the time, many people will rightly be filled with hope. But without the new kit, without the new nurses, without the new research funding that we desperately need, cancer patients simply won't have the peace of mind that when they get cancer, they will get the treatment they need when they need it. Conference, this motion is badly needed. It's needed now more than ever before. Please support it and the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. In a slight change, I'm going to call Stefan Kirkovich, if I may, in advance of Councillor Donna Harris. The cards were slightly confusing, and we had Donna Harris down to move Amendment 1 rather than summate Amendment 1. So we'll have Stefan. Thank you, Stefan. And he's from Lambeth Borough.
Thank you, Belinda, and thank you, Daisy, for this very, very urgent motion. Last year, as we've heard, 100,000 patients waited longer than 2 months to start their life-saving treatment. That's 100,000 families left in limbo, waiting to start their battle against cancer. Every day counts with cancer, as many of us know. For survival, on the one hand, yes, absolutely, but also simply for spending time with our loved ones, because you don't know what tomorrow holds. And this is why the Tories' record-breaking cancer waiting times are such a heart-wrenching tragedy. But what are we going to do as Lib Dems? When my granddad got diagnosed with lung cancer over a decade ago, there was nothing that could be done because it had already spread. But today, I'm proud to say that my partner is a budding lung cancer specialist who came from Italy to train here in the UK as a junior doctor. And through him, my friends, and my own work in the NHS, I know and get a real sense of the uphill battle that the cancer frontline is. There are shortages across all professions in cancer. The Royal College of Radiologists says that 3 of 4 cancer centres experience shortages that directly lead to these delays in starting treatment. So if we want to give people real hope and a legal guarantee that they will start treatment swiftly, what we need to do is give a fair deal to our NHS doctors and nurses. Yes to more radiology machines, but without the staff, those waiting times are not going to start to fall. And we need to address also geographical disparities so that with more satellite centres that are better functioning, cancer patients can spend more time with their loved ones and less time travelling, because that's a real fact of cancer treatment. And that is the alternative, I think, that we need to present in this election year. Because last week's blunder budget, if you remember, showed that if given the chance, their last chance to invest in the NHS, the Tory government choose to boost AI bots rather than the workforce. This is a government that's dangerously out of touch. And in a way, they can afford to be out of touch, because what we can already see in cancer is an emerging 2-tier healthcare system where some can buy their way into a VIP lane, whereas others who can't afford to go private cannot. So, Conference, this amendment is about giving real solutions and real hope to all cancer patients, and also saying to a struggling cancer workforce, we've got your back. Because cancer diagnosis, let's face it, is always devastating. But cancer care doesn't have to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stefan. I'll ask Clive Jones to stand by and call Pippa Halings. Pippa's our PPC from South Cambs.
Conference, I'm standing to be the next MP for South Cambridgeshire. And that's in large part due to the essence of this motion that's being brought forward by Daisy. Because in 2017, my husband was unexpectedly diagnosed while training for the Cambridge Half Marathon with advanced acute myeloid leukemia. Due to delays in diagnosis, when he was called into the hospital for what he thought was a chest x-ray, we were informed of his diagnosis, told he wouldn't be coming home and didn't for the next month. Being by his side at hospital with all the levels of care, including all the cleaning staff who were just amazing, making sure that, he was in a safe environment, I watched him nearly die. But he was saved due to a new drug trial that I then found out was due completely to the philanthropic charitable research done by fundraising by Cancer Research UK. Now, this 1 billion gap in research funding means that if my husband has a relapse, he probably won't be able to get the next stage in his treatment. He's now got 10% functionality in his bone marrow and isn't eligible for a bone marrow transplant. But his is a lucky story, ours is a lucky story. And many of the people, including those I got to know on his ward, haven't been so lucky. And that's due to those delays in diagnosis and the lack of coordination and that huge gap in research. Now, one of the reasons I'm so proud and privileged to represent South Cambridgeshire is because that is where the new world-class cancer hospital is now being built, which is aiming to change the story of cancer, where it's bringing together the world-class expertise from the hospital with cutting-edge research. And it's being designed in partnership with patients about what patient care means, and also looking at how in-patient care and at-home care, the mixture is what will lead to greater outcomes. And I understand that because my husband, following his treatment from chemotherapy, we then had 18 months of chemo treatment at home and dealing with his chemo brain fog, which left him unable to work and immunocompromised. But he's good now. But it is that gap in the research funding, which cannot only be philanthropic and charity-based, and that coordination that we need now to save hundreds of thousands from that terror and trauma that we went through, but also those hugely happy outcomes. Conference, please vote for this motion. Thank you.
I now call Clive Jones and ask Sean Cadwallader to stand by, please.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Clive Jones, and I intend to rescue the good people of Wokingham from their current MP, John Redwood. Cancer is one of the most frightening words in the English language. It strikes terror into patients and into their families. I heard the word from a consultant in 2008. And later that afternoon, I did the hardest thing of my life. In a very tearful conversation, I told my 13 and 14-year-old daughters that I had cancer, that I would have a tumour removed, and then undergo chemotherapy, radiotherapy, and hopefully after several months, everything would be okay. So that was 2008, and treatment for my cancer started within a month. Today, many people are waiting far too long. and the government is missing all its targets for cancer care. We need more cancer specialists to make both diagnosis and treatment faster. We need to improve the aftercare service and must remember that it's not only the patient that struggles with a cancer diagnosis, but it's their families as well. Our healthcare professionals are fantastic. Over the past 10 years, they've made great strides with early diagnosis, preventing many cancers. And I'm sure everybody in the hall will want to thank all of those people. But we must do more, and we must make sure that they are working in the state-of-the-art conditions and that they are properly appreciated. They are really appreciated by the public, but they aren't by this Conservative government. And banging saucepans in appreciation on the steps of Downing Street doesn't pay any bills. Since having cancer, I set up and ran a business for 10 years. I fought 2 general elections. I was elected to Wokingham Borough Council, where our Lib Dem team grew from 5 councillors to 26, and we've been running the council for the last 2 years. I was leader of the council for a year before standing down to concentrate on winning the general election. But I'm not sure that I would have been able to do all of that without the hard work of the nurses and the doctors and the other healthcare professionals who treated my cancer. We just have to get rid of this Conservative government so those unlucky enough to be diagnosed with cancer today can be confident that they will get the care that they need when they need it. Boosting cancer survival must be a priority for the Liberal Democrats in the next Parliament. We must bring back targets to the levels that they were before the Conservatives got their hands on the NHS. And if I'm elected to Parliament, that is what I will be fighting to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Clive. Could I call Sean Cadwallader from Liverpool and ask Anna Sabine, please, to stand by.
Thank you, conference. This is my first ever conference speech. And I'm so pleased to be speaking in favour of such an important motion. It is extremely concerning that 1 in 2 of us will get cancer in our lifetime. My dad was one of them. He passed away with lung cancer, one of the cancers with the highest mortality rates, and in 2 weeks, it will have been 3 years since he passed away. The last few months of his life were extraordinarily painful. He used to be such an active, fit person who had a job from the age of 13, who played rugby, who loved to cycle, and who loved going power walking in Sefton Park in Liverpool. By January 2021, he could barely get out of bed, had completely lost his voice, and could hardly eat. By the time he was diagnosed, it was too late. His health had been deteriorating for months at this point, and he was unable to get an appointment. Chemotherapy could not help him as the cancer was so aggressive and advanced. Like many people in this country who were struggling to get urgent NHS appointments, he was let down by the despicable slashing of this NHS the NHS budget from this Conservative government, due to which tens and thousands of patients, like my dad, were seen too late. My mum and I eventually made the heartbreaking decision that we could no longer take care of him at home. I remember my mum sobbing in my arms because she felt like she'd failed him. We took him to Whitton Hospital, and he did not come out. He passed away 8 days later. That day will forever be etched in my memory. I read my dad his favourite passages of the Bible to try and provide at least some comfort in his final hours. Not long after we got home, we received the dreaded phone call. My dad had passed away. In that moment, I felt what many family members across the country feel every day. I'm sure some people in this auditorium have felt this at some point. I miss him every day. Lung cancer left an enormous void in my life that I doubt will ever be truly filled. My dad didn't get to see me finish sixth form. He didn't get to see me become the Lib Dems' youngest parliamentary candidate in the whole country. And he won't get to see me graduate from uni. That pain, that hurt, that everlasting sense of loss, that's what hundreds of thousands of people in this country feel. And that's why I'm so proud of this motion, and I'd like to thank Daisy for moving it. A Cancer Research Act would help boost survival rates. The recruitment of 3,400 cancer nurses will provide the best care possible for cancer patients, and having 200 more radiotherapy machines would reduce the time that patients have to wait for such urgent treatment. I therefore urge conference to vote in favour of this motion. My dad has passed, but there are so many cancer patients across the country who are still alive and desperately need care. Please, conference, let's work to ensure that their families don't have to go through what mine went through. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Anna Sabine, please, who is speaking for the motion, and ask Dr. Wendy Taylor, please, to stand by.
Good morning. I'm standing to be the first ever MP for the seat of Froome and East Somerset, and this is my first ever time speaking at a conference. My daughter is 14 years old. Her dad, my ex-husband, has been living with stage 4 bowel cancer for the last 2 years and has been in hospital since July. As a family, we've been living day to day with the reality of cancer for a long time. I'm speaking for this motion as a whole, but with particular reference to sections 10 on families and 12 on inequality. Apart from a call from Macmillan Cancer when he was first diagnosed, our family was offered no support to help us with this situation, either practically or emotionally. We're lucky in that we're a fairly switched-on, organised family with enough knowledge to work our way around the system as best we can. But conference, it shouldn't rely on me knowing a doctor or my ex's wife knowing a surgeon for us to understand the different choices available to us. All patients should be able to have it clearly explained to them from day one how they can best navigate this journey, and this type of support should be given the same priority as being given medical information. Access to information, whether on support or treatment options, shouldn't rely on your connections. Access to treatment is also very unequally distributed. The particular surgery my daughter's dad needed was only available in 2 hospitals in England, which put a huge financial and practical burden on us, having to travel up to and stay near a London hospital for several weeks. I spoke to my ex this morning, he's a Lib Dem obviously, to tell him that I hope to be called to speak today, and he pointed out that when he spent a week unconscious in intensive care in January, it wasn't him that was actually particularly affected. He has no memory of that time. It was his wife, children, and wider family who bore the brunt of what was happening to him. It shouldn't be down to charities to fill this gap. As we saw from the news this week, Macmillan Cancer is making huge cuts, and that will have a real impact on families. But while this is the case, and while we rely on these charities, it's critical that patients and their families receive proper signposting to the organisations and systems that can support them. Thanks to our wonderful NHS, my family's been relatively lucky. My daughter's dad hopes to be discharged on Monday after 8 months in hospital and to get to spend more time with her. But that is despite 14 years of Tory mismanagement and underfunding of our NHS. Conference, it's time to get this failing government out, and I urge you to support this motion.
Thank you. I now call Dr. Wendy Taylor, Chair of the Cancer Group at Newcastle-on-Tyne, and I'll ask Dr. Will Sapwell from Sheffield, please, to stand by.
Conference. I became a hospital consultant in 1994, and for nearly 30 years I treated patients with breast and gynecological cancer, and I've seen massive advances in screening and detection of cancer, more accurate radiotherapy with less damage to skin and other organs, and more effective and less toxic drugs, allowing many people to live with their cancers, live well for many years. And one of the most amazing advances is the prevention of cervical cancer. For years I treated women with advanced cervical cancer, treatment which often left them with lifelong damage to bladder, bowel, and sexual function, if they survived, because too many women, particularly young mothers, died. So the discovery that cervical cancer was caused by a sexually transmitted virus and could almost be completely prevented by a vaccine given to young teenagers was truly remarkable. But such progress makes it all the more distressing to see the current delays in cancer diagnosis and treatment due to our government's mismanagement and underfunding over the NHS. And we also depend too much on our wonderful cancer charities for research. So I'm delighted to see our proposal for a Cancer Research Act to fund research into cancers with poor survival rates. I've lost several friends and colleagues to pancreatic cancer, a cancer whose survival has barely changed in the last 40 years, so such research is really badly needed. But going back to cancer prevention, which has to be our top priority, we already know the cause of many cancers, and as a local councillor and the chair of our Health Scrutiny Committee, I'm well aware of the importance of public health in tackling the social determinants of health. So the government's cuts to public health grants are actually damaging our fight against cancer. To give an example, a lot has been achieved in the last 40 years on smoking, which we know causes many different cancers. The rate amongst adults has fallen from over 50% to around 13%. But unfortunately, progress is unequal, and these health inequalities are actually increasing. In the last 7 years, the number of adults smoking in our most deprived communities has actually increased from 26% to 33%. In Newcastle, 1 in 5 adults in manual and routine occupations still smoke, and there are high levels amongst ethnic minority communities and those with severe mental health. And the same can be said for obesity, again, a major cause of cancer. We know that that is higher in our deprived communities due to lack of opportunity. They don't get the chance for healthy food or adequate exercise. And we need to work with those communities with the worst health inequalities to decide together what measures would help them most and ensure that the money is available for these measures to be available. We have to prevent cancer, not just treat it. So colleagues, this is an excellent motion with clear Liberal proposals. I urge you to support it and the excellent amendment.
Thank you. I call Dr. Will Sapwell, a councillor in Sheffield, please, and I will ask George Sykes, please, to stand by.
Chair, conference. Few people have talked as much talk whilst walking as little walk as Jeremy Hunt when it comes to the NHS. From patient safety to NHS pensions, the Right Honourable Member for South West Surrey has been all talk and no action, and no wonder his constituents are so keen to now vote Lib Dem. Whilst chair of the Health Care Select Committee, he said all the right things, but in his tenure as Health Secretary and now as Chancellor of the Exchequer, he has had ample opportunity to give the NHS the funding it needs and to provide the services patients deserve. His legacy, though, and that of the Tories, is of an NHS now unable to offer the advanced level of healthcare this nation rightly expects of it. I know this because I work on the shop floor. This Conservative government, which knows the price of everything but the value of nothing, has failed to invest in staff, services and research. There has been an exodus of GPs, and that is why you can't get GP appointments. Experienced nurses are leaving because they can work for better wages with less stress at a supermarket. And radiographers do not get the credit they so dearly deserve. The word cancer, quite rightly, comes with huge amounts of emotional baggage. It's for healthcare workers like me to acknowledge that, whilst also rationally providing a practical treatment pathway. The same is true for the wider problem and the solutions proffered by policymakers. I'm therefore pleased to see that yet more ambitious health policy from this party. Billions of pounds are needed, and billions of pounds is what this policy promises. But not only this policy recognises the multidisciplinary approach required and sets a strategy to ensure that the extra resources are directed to the areas of highest need. And of course, Daisy's involved, so prevention gets mentioned, which is excellent to see. Friends, colleagues, let's pass this motion and then let's go and take as many seats as we can off the Tories. We need as many new MPs making noises about cancer as possible, folk like the summator of this motion in Cheltenham. So as our batangoed friend across the pond might say, let's make the NHS great again.
Thank you. I now call George Sykes and ask Donna Sykes, please, to stand by.
Good morning, conference. My name's George. I'm the PPC for Leeds South. About 2 years ago, when I was 21, I received a phone call from my mum. She asked me to come home and visit her in Somerset. But unfortunately, this wasn't like a visit any kind I had done before, because she informed me that she had been diagnosed with stage 4 pancreatic cancer. And then, only 4 weeks later, less than a month in total, she died. It was the most heartbreaking thing that has ever happened to me, and to this day, I still miss my mum. However, due to the amazing work of the NHS staff who were there at the time, she passed away peacefully. She passed away surrounded by those who loved her. And I have to thank the NHS staff who work across the country, day in, day out, to ensure our loved ones get the care and support they need. Unfortunately, for too many, like my mum, that is simply not enough. For too many, simply because of underfunding, because of a lack of radiotherapy machines, because of a lack of nurses and a lack of support, they die. And that is unacceptable. It's unacceptable because it leaves people's lives ruined. It leaves people with a gaping hole in their heart where their loved ones used to be. It leaves my younger brother, who was just about to undertake his A-level examinations, in immense pain as they go through some of the most difficult moments in their lives. So, conference, let's pass this motion. Let's show people that we care, that we want to make a difference in this battle, and that we won't leave cancer patients dying in hospitals. Thank you for your time, and hope you vote in favour of this motion and the amendment.
Thank you. I now call Donna Harris to summate Amendment 1 and ask Max Wilkinson, please, to stand by.
Good morning, Conference. Today, I stand before you with a resounding call to action, one that resonates deeply within each and every one of us. It's a call to confront a significant injustice that affects countless individuals and families. Let's not forget, 1 in 2 of us will face cancer in our lifetime. This sobering statistic paints a clear picture of the widespread impact of this horrific disease. In the past 2 years, I've tragically lost both friends and loved ones, each departing well before their time. Now, 2 precious goddaughters find themselves without their fathers, precisely when they need them most, as they transition into young adulthood. Looking forward to 2040, the prognosis is even more alarming. The number of new cancer cases is projected to increase by 500,000 annually. This is not a distant concern, but a looming crisis that demands our immediate attention. Every 4-week delay in starting cancer treatment is linked to a 10% decrease in survival rates. And behind each statistic, as we've heard today, lies a real person grappling with fear, uncertainty, and hope. Furthermore, the 10-year cancer plan, which held the potential to revolutionize patient care, has been neglected by this cruel, uncaring, conservative government. Moreover, nearly 1 in 10 patients are associated with deprivation and inequality. This underscores the need of addressing health disparities and ensuring equal access for care for all. Conference, while this motion addresses critical improvements, we can and should do so much more by accepting Amendment 1. This includes bolstering treatment capacity through the strategic investment in the workforce, addressing geographical black spots, and expanding day units and satellite services for chemotherapy. Last month, a woman in her early 50s received a breast cancer diagnosis after a routine mammogram, despite showing absolutely no symptoms. This positive outcome emphasises the effectiveness of early preventative treatment. However, the Sussex Trust where she lives is failing to meet the government targets, jeopardising the potential benefits of any early diagnosis. Conference, this woman is my beautiful sister, emphasising the personal stakes for each and every one of us. Let us come together to advocate these initiatives and combat cancer on a united front. Conference, your support for this motion and its amendment are truly vital. Please vote for the motion and the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. Could I please call Max Wilkinson to speak to the motion as a whole?
Thank you, Conference. Before I begin to summate those contributions, which I found extremely moving, I'd like to share with you my own family's experience of cancer. Starting with a bit of dark comedy. My name is Max, but the last words my father said to me were, "Thanks, Bob." I was relaying to him a message from his friend Bob before he went to bed late one afternoon. He was tired because he was nearing the end of his life after 2 years suffering with lymphoma. A few days later, he could no longer communicate with us. A week after that, he was dead, aged 57. My mum showed huge strength in caring for him during his illness. We miss him. A few years later, I had to find my own strength as a carer for my wife when she developed ovarian cancer, aged just 39. Over a matter of weeks, she became so desperately unwell she couldn't get in and out of bed, and I was forced to do that for her and help her by driving her around beautiful Cotswolds villages. There's a lot, by the way. But she ended up having major surgery, and it was during COVID restrictions. I couldn't even visit her in hospital. But every day, conference, I'm grateful because Judith survived, and a year later, she gave birth to our beautiful daughter. Cancer is a horrible disease. Sometimes you're on the right side of the odds, like Judith. Sometimes, like my dad, you're on the wrong side. But at the moment, our health service and the hard-pressed doctors, some of whom we've heard from today, and nurses who work in that health service, they need so much more support from us because too many people are waiting too long to access treatment. That's why this motion is needed. I'll start by talking to George and Sean. I feel your grief in the most profound way you can possibly imagine. The debate started with Daisy, who told us about the low survival rates in comparison with our neighbours and missed targets on the 62-day target and the need for that 10-year cancer plan and a Cancer Research Act. Stefan told us about his partner, who is an immigrant, coming to this country and helping us in our health service. That is something that we must not underestimate. And he told us about the impact on families, as did Pippa and Clive. And we all know, those of us who have gone through it, the difficulties of those conversations, when you have to phone someone and tell them that you've got cancer, or whether you're on the receiving end of that phone call. You'll never forget how it feels. And Clive, I'm pleased you're still around to beat John Redwood. Pippa's moving story as well, about her husband. Anna told us about the importance of equality of access to information and treatment, and equality of access across the country. We shouldn't have a postcode lottery on cancer care. And doctors Wendy Taylor and Will Sapwell told us about why we need to value the work done by our experts in the health service, doctors and nurses. And I'm pleased that the point about public health and prevention was raised too. That is where Liberals can make a real difference, by looking at the evidence on what we can do to help reduce those rates of cancer in the first place. And Will, of course, raised the importance of properly valuing and rewarding doctors and nurses in our health service, not disrespecting them like the Conservative government has done over the past 14 years. And finally, Donna summated on Amendment 1, which is supported. So, conference, I hope you will support the motion and the amendment and help put us in a position where Liberal Democrat MPs, hopefully like me after the next election, are able to be in Parliament and arguing for a better deal for all of us and a fairer deal for all of us so we can beat cancer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll now move to a vote on Amendment 1, and we're going to start the online voting first. So that has been set up and running, and we'll give it a few minutes to load, and I'll now start taking the votes in the hall, if I may. Firstly, for Amendment 1, please raise your hands. Thank you. That's very clear. Could I now ask hands for against the motion? Any hands against the motion, please? Okay, we'll just wait for online votes fully. And we'll now move to vote on the motion as a whole. So please could I set the online voting running for the motion as a whole as amended? Is that's starting to load? Yeah. Right, we'll please take the votes in the hall for the motion as amended. That's very clear, thank you. Are there any votes against the motion? No, okay. Thank you very much. We're just going to let the online voting continue so that we can have a clear result, and we'll let that finish. Thank you, that's clear. That's all carried. Thank you, conference. Thanks to my aide, Shafak Mohammed, and my hall aide, Jennifer Rigg, and we will now progress to F6, which is a speech by Helen Morgan MP. Thank you.
Will members taking their seats please do so quietly? I call on Helen Morgan, MP for North Shropshire, to speak to us. Elected in a by-election in 2021 after Owen Patterson's defenestration, Helen's a chartered accountant and Lib Dem spokesperson for Levelling Up, Housing and Communities, and Liberal Democrat spokesperson for local government since 2022. In time off, if she has any, Helen runs half marathons to raise money for good causes. Helen Morgan.
Well, good morning, conference. It's great to see you here in York this Saturday morning, and I'm sure we've got a fantastic conference ahead of us this weekend. So this is my first keynote speech to conference since being elected, and that was just over 2 years ago, if you can believe that. I found the honour of representing the people of North Shropshire has been the most rewarding challenge I've ever had. And it's also been an honour to become the spokesperson for the Levelling Up Housing and Communities portfolio. I've been leading the fight in Parliament on the Levelling Up Bill, business rate reform, leasehold and renters reform, and even voter ID. But we come together today at a time when local government is in a state of crisis. Since 2016, councils have seen a £5.25 billion cut, real terms cut, that is, to the funding they receive from central government. And this is driving deep inequality up and down the country as our councillors have been faced with the awful task of cutting services for the most vulnerable members of our society. Vital services such as SEND and children's and adult social care are being rationed. Council facilities like libraries and swimming pools have been axed. The Conservative government has realised far too late that for councils, the wolves are at the door. The additional £600 million of funding, a knee-jerk reaction to a rebellion of 40 of its own MPs, won't touch the sides of the yawning chasm in council finances. The Conservatives swept to power by promising to level up Britain. But by hollowing out councils, the Conservatives have condemned large parts of the country to stagnation. A government which cuts funding to the most valuable services for the most vulnerable people. I don't call this levelling up. I call this cutting up Britain. I call it unjust, unfair, and illiberal. Liberal Democrats know that politics means serving the people. We should be serving our communities. That's what we call a fair deal. Let's look at housing. In England, the number of people left languishing on the social housing waiting list has reached 1.2 million, and another 8.5 million people have some form of unmet housing need. But last year, under the Conservatives, 29,000 social homes were sold or demolished, and fewer than 7,000 were built. Urgent housing need is causing a crisis of unprecedented proportions for our district and unitary councils. Eastbourne District Council, and I'm proud to say Lib Dem leader Councillor Stephen Holt has led the way in highlighting this problem nationally, is spending 45% of its budget dealing with homelessness. The number of families living in the wildly cutthroat private rented sector is higher than ever. And £11 billion of taxpayers' money will be handed to private landlords through housing benefits. £11 billion. That's the equivalent of funding local authority leisure centres, green spaces and community hubs for the next 10 years. It's the equivalent of funding 1.1 million libraries. And it's even getting close to the number of promises the Conservatives have broken while they've been in government. And it's £11 billion every year. Liberal Democrats know we have to fix this problem, and we have ambitious social housing targets to do it. At our Autumn conference in September, we agreed to deliver 150,000 social homes a year. And I'm proud of the record of Liberal Democrat councils in Westmorland and Furness, Portsmouth, Bath and North East Somerset, the Cotswolds and Kingston in London. They're delivering social rented houses and affordable homes for those people most in need. And at the same time, we're helping the squeezed middle, people who aspire to home ownership through partnerships such as in Oby and Wigston and South Cambridgeshire with Rent Plus Homes, offering the country's only affordable rent-to-buy model that helps lower-income households onto the property ladder without a deposit and gives them 10% of their home's value on purchase. We don't just talk about it, we are doing it. Dealing with the housing crisis is crucial to getting our local authorities back on track. But more importantly, it will get people's lives back on track. Because we are not planning to build homes, we are planning to build We are planning to build homes and communities, giving families the dignity and stability they deserve. But this government doesn't care. It's abandoned the bill that would end Section 21 no-fault evictions. There are even 1,333 veterans who've been put at risk of homelessness due to a Section 21 eviction since the Conservatives pledged to ban them in 2019. That's almost a veteran every single day. People who've put their lives on the line for our country without a roof over their head through no fault of their own. And that's despite the Minister for the Veterans promising to end veteran homelessness. Johnny Mercer should be banging down Michael Gove's door to end this scandal. But Michael Gove isn't running scared from Johnny Mercer. He's running scared from his own backbenchers and has kicked the Renters Reform Bill into the long grass just to manage the endless Conservative infighting. If we don't get rid of these unfair evictions and we don't build more homes, more people will be left in temporary accommodation they might be in for years without access even to proper cooking facilities. We can't have families going hungry, living on food made with a kettle or toaster. Liberal Democrats would get on and ban Section 21 no-fault evictions right away. And it's not just housing that's in this crisis. Social care has been badly neglected too. Councils already spend almost 2/3 of their budget trying to meet adult and child social care need. Where I live in Shropshire, the council spends about 85% of its budget on social care. Because of that strain, almost every single person this year is going to see an increase in their council tax bill. And what do they get in return? Cuts in services. I recently met a couple in my constituency who've loved and cared for their disabled daughter all of her life. But they're getting old and they have their own health problems now. They need support for their daughter. The sheltered flat that the council found for her was absolutely perfect, but it was withdrawn with 2 weeks before she moved in because it was too expensive. The family were left in limbo, totally distressed, with nowhere to turn. Now, my team was able to help them, but they are far from the only family needing help. 500,000 people in England are desperate for care. The Conservatives promised to fix the crisis in our social care system. They pledged that no one would have to sell their home to pay for care and that they wouldn't raise tax to do it. They've broken all of those promises. Liberal Democrats understand that promising better social care isn't a useful electoral gimmick. It is a vital part of good government. Vital for those who want to live in dignity in their own home. Vital for the NHS so that vulnerable people can go home after they finish hospital treatment. And vital for county and unitary councils struggling to fund an ever-growing need in our communities. Liberal Democrats have a plan for social care. We support providing unpaid carers with a minimum wage to put less strain on local authorities and the NHS. My good friend Wendy Chamberlain has championed the call for a fairer deal for carers by passing the Carers Leave Bill, putting carers' leave rights into the statute book. We would empower local government to integrate care services from the bottom up rather than the top down, to utilise local partnerships and develop short-stay care in community hospitals. If we're going to fix this problem, we must give local authorities the reins and the funding to do that. It's the same story again with special educational needs and disabilities or SEND. Local authorities have had to make reductions in spending across SEND provision and SEND transport. There aren't enough specialist teachers and there aren't enough educational psychologists and not enough specialist places in state schools, and many children face a postcode lottery when it comes to applying for help, for funding to support their EHCP. The Liberal Democrats would halve the £6,000 that schools are expected to stump up for each child with an EHCP. We shouldn't be punishing school budgets for doing the right thing. Children with higher needs deserve a fair deal too, and their schools need the staff and the resources to provide that. I recently met the parents of Rowan, a 16-year-old boy with a life-limiting degenerative condition. He's totally reliant upon the care of others. He's attended a specialist school for many years and recently moved to a different post-16 educational facility. But once he turned 16, his parents' travel allowance was slashed, so they couldn't afford to take him. He didn't go to school for many months. So my team had to step in and help Rowan and his family. The Conservatives had failed them. Liberal Democrats would not. When it comes to tackling climate change, it's a similar story of broken promises from the Conservatives. But while they've been doing U-turns on net zeros, our councils have been stepping up. 9 out of 10 of the best performing recycling councils are led by the Liberal Democrats. Across the border in Wales, Lib Dem-led Powys Council is leading the way in exceeding the Welsh Government's recycling targets by over 4%. And let us not forget, that one of the worst councils in England for recycling was led by the Green Party. Whether it's retrofitting homes, increasing biodiversity, pioneering EVU recharging for councils' vehicles, introducing green parking charges, getting people onto bikes and out of their cars, and boosting bus services as an alternative, we don't just talk about it, we are getting it done. Local government should be the firm foundation on which we build a fairer society. Our councillors are elected by the people to serve the people, and they are best placed to serve the communities they're rooted in. It's why any plans for devolution must be actual devolution, giving power back to local areas. Definitely not regionalisation, and certainly not non-consensual local government reorganisation. It's why I was so alarmed by the Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill, which planned to transfer powers from district councils to the new combined county authorities without their consent. I'm really pleased that after our campaigning, the government U-turned on their plan. Sadly, though, districts didn't get the right to a full seat at the table of these new combined county authorities, despite our best efforts. It was a missed opportunity, and one I think the new CCAs may well come to regret. It's just like the Levelling Up Fund. A Public Accounts Committee report issued yesterday outlined this failure. They said there was no compelling examples of levelling up being achieved. Local councils have spent hundreds of thousands of pounds fighting for tiny pots of money that have achieved nothing. They just should have been properly funded instead. And local councils have been undervalued by central government for years. The pressure to take on more and spend less goes back to the Labour government. I can remember my mum, who worked for a local council for over 2 decades until 2008, coming home, having been told that her and her colleagues would all need to apply for fewer jobs than there were people. And this happened on more than one occasion. She and her fellow officers faced redundancies and ever-increasing workloads. They worked under constant pressure that has continued to increase and is now at bursting point. Liberal Democrats would provide local authorities with fair and reliable funding to get us out of this crisis. The Conservatives have encouraged local authorities to use their reserves, sell their assets, and even borrow to balance their budget for the next financial year. As an accountant, I know that's a disastrous way to manage your finances. But the Conservatives don't care. It's a quick fix sticking plaster proposed by a government in its death throes that knows it won't be in power to pick up the pieces next year. By tackling housing, social care, SEND, and the fundamental unfairness in local government funding, only the Liberal Democrats are providing credible solutions. Our 3,000 councillors up and down the country are working tirelessly to help their residents, and my parliamentary colleagues and I work together in Parliament to give them a voice. Whether it's Councillor Joe Harris and his colleagues at the LGA, or Councillor Prue Bray at LDC, or Councillor Kath Pinnock in the House of Lords, local government plays a major part in our party, and quite rightly so. holding this government to account on local government, housing, community, cohesion and devolution is a task that I relish. But the best way to send a clear message that we want a fair deal for our society is at the ballot box. That's why I look forward to welcoming more Liberal Democrat councillors to our family this May. This year, we want to see even more Liberal Democrat councillors and even more Liberal Democrat MPs to fight for their local areas. Our hard work, talking to residents on the doorstep day in and day out, is what sets us apart from the other parties. Liberal Democrats understand the importance of local government. We understand the value of listening to people. And we understand that local representation is an absolute priority. Liberal Democrats are the champions of local government. So let's get to work to get more Liberal Democrats elected. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks to Helen Morgan, and now we're moving to the following debate. Can you please clear quietly? Thank you.
Good morning, conference. If you're not staying for the next item, can I ask people to leave quickly, safely and quietly, please? We'd like to kick off with the next item imminently. So if you're leaving, please do so quickly, quietly and safely. And we'll be starting shortly with our next item, F7. Okay, good morning, conference. We now move on to F7, Liberal Values in a Dangerous World, which is the international security policy paper, which you can find on page 19 to 23 of the agenda. There are 4 amendments, which you can find on pages 8 to 10 of Conference Daily. Can I please ask...
Richard hasn't seen.
Ruby, sorry? Can I please ask Ruby Ziegler to stand by, and I now call Dr. Christine Cheng, Chair of the Policy Working Group, to move the motion.
Good morning, conference. Before we get going, I need to first thank all of those who've given so much time and energy to this international security motion. Thanks to the members of the Policy Working Group who sat through dozens of evidence sessions. Thanks to the hundreds of you who participated in the member consultations. Special thanks to Richard Ford, Julie Smith, Will Cowie, David Chalmers and FERC, to FPC and my Vice Chair, Johnny Singh, who is somewhere in this room. And huge, huge amounts of gratitude to Joe Wright from Lib Dem HQ, who shepherded us through this process for the past 2 years. Joe, you rock wherever you are. Okay, now we get serious, onto the substance. So conference, the last major foreign policy paper that we Lib Dems passed together was in 2018. It was just 6 years ago. But in foreign policy terms, it feels like an absolute lifetime. Since then, we've been reeling from the impact of Brexit, followed by COVID-19, then Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and then the Gaza attacks and Israel's absolutely devastating response. Each of these events has shifted the geopolitical landscape for the UK. In the aftermath of Brexit, we can now see how much of our international standing and influence was wielded through the European Union and from inside the EU. In the aftermath of a global pandemic, we can now see the many vulnerabilities in our global supply chains. In the aftermath of Russia's war in Ukraine, we can now see that our military must be properly resourced and laser-focused on defending Britain and our immediate neighborhood in the North Atlantic, Europe, and the Mediterranean. The fact is, the rules-based order which we once relied upon to build our peace and prosperity for the past 30 years is shifting beneath our feet, and that may shift further if Donald Trump is reelected back into the presidency again. At this moment, we can see that the global rivalry between the US and China has already created new geopolitical blocks, with the authoritarian states of China, Russia, and Iran on one side, and the US and its liberal democratic allies on the other. In the middle is a swathe of countries that are open to being persuaded on an issue-by-issue basis, depending on their own national interests. Conference, this moment is a real inflection point in a newly emergent global order. It is a world where liberal democratic values are genuinely under threat. It is a world where AI and TikTok can combine to spread disinformation faster than it can ever be retracted. It is a world where the US is no longer singularly calling the shots. And it is a world where Britain will not be given an automatic seat at the top tables if we do not earn it. This new reality hurts. And it hurts me to be blunt about the damage that this Conservative government has done to Britain's international reputation. But it is also a world full, absolutely full of opportunities where Britain can play a unique role. The motion we have put before you is one that applies our core liberal democratic values and principles to our foreign policy. It plays to our strengths in the democratic development sphere and our cultural spheres of influence. It recognizes that the UK is most effective when it works multilaterally in coordination with other like-minded countries. A couple of years ago, I gave a conference speech about our liberal values and principles. It was based in our belief in freedom, democracy, equality, and internationalism. These are the values that guide our policymaking at home and overseas. These are the values that will provide us real solutions to the crises that are facing Britain and the globe. We can see these values at work when Paddy Ashdown spent years and years fighting for the rights of Hong Kongers and for peace in the Balkans, when Charles Kennedy courageously opposed the Iraq War in the face of bitter hostility, when we Liberal Democrats were the very first to commit to spending 0.7% of our national income on international development assistance, and when we said bollocks to Brexit. We stood up for what was right. Yay! We stood up for what was right, even when it meant going against the tide. Liberal Democrats are carrying on that legacy today. We've been fighting tirelessly for an immediate bilateral ceasefire in Palestine. It is a path to peace. It is a path to peace that may one day lead to a wider regional recognition and normalization deal and improved security for the entire Middle East. It is a path where our very own Layla Moran has led the way at home and in Israel-Palestine in showing empathy and generosity to both Palestinian and Jewish communities around the world by condemning violence against civilians, no matter who was doing the killing, all while dealing with her own fears for her family members who were trapped in Gaza. If anyone asks you how Liberal Democrats would be different from the Conservatives and from Labour on foreign policy, show them how Layla has responded to this crisis, by talking to all sides respectfully, by refusing to diminish anyone's suffering, by supporting a regional, multilateral solution with our friends and allies. This is what international security looks like under the Liberal Democrats. Liberals and Liberal Democrats have always championed internationalism and global cooperation. Cooperating across national boundaries will be essential to tackle the big challenges facing our world today: the climate and nature emergencies, global pandemics, economic decline, and the refugee crisis. But the Conservatives have needlessly antagonized so many of our closest allies in Europe, making cooperation so much harder. Conference, if we are to make the UK and the world safer, we need to rebuild our relationship with Europe. With the possibility of Trump returning to the White House, we need our continent to be united and working together. That's why Liberal Democrats would sign a new comprehensive security treaty with the EU, tackling shared threats like terrorism, cross-border policing, intelligence, humanitarian assistance, and hybrid warfare. This brings me to our armed forces. Conference, the first duty of any government is to protect its citizens at home and abroad. But under the Conservatives, the number of service personnel has declined to historic lows. They are now even talking about conscription to distract from their own failures to recruit and retain enough personnel. The way the Conservatives are treating our armed forces is affecting their performance. Morale is declining. Less than 4 in 10 Army personnel feel valued by their service. We would reverse these trends, addressing the underlying causes of low retention and recruitment. We would recruit and retain 10,000 extra personnel, and we need a fair deal for the armed forces, which means better pay, conditions, and treatment. It is both morally right, we support those who put our lives on the line for us, and essential to attracting and retaining personnel. We would also deliver a fair deal for our veterans. Those who are prepared to put their lives on the line deserve to be valued and respected after leaving the service. Conference, we need to remove the Conservatives from office now. We need to build a country that once again stands up for liberal values at home and abroad, where the rule of law is upheld and respected, where everyone's rights and freedoms are respected, and where Britain makes a fair contribution towards tackling the world's shared problems. Liberal Democrats can provide hope. To turn this dark corner, this motion offers a fresh vision that looks forward. It does so by building on our liberal principles of democracy, freedom, and international cooperation. I urge you, Conference, to support the motion and the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I please ask John Russell to stand by, and I now call Dr. Ruvi Ziegler to move Amendment 1.
Conference. If you were forced to flee your home because of war or persecution, you would want a place of safety, a place of refuge. But how would you get there? There is no obligation under the Refugee Convention, either explicit or implicit, to claim asylum in the so-called first safe country reached by a refugee, or more generally within the region of origin. Someone seeking asylum who moves on is not breaking international law by doing so or disqualifying themselves from refugee status. But the reality is that most refugees are forced to stay near their country of origin. This is why over 80% of refugees are hosted in the global south, indeed 70% in neighboring countries. To quote the preamble to the Refugee Convention, these unduly heavy burdens are unfair. They require the global north to take its fair share. Yet rather than supporting the world's vulnerable through international cooperation, as the motion aspires to, this Conservative government's response is to make the situation worse by seeking to send asylum seekers who made it here through perilous journeys to Rwanda and then ban them from ever returning here. In turn, 736 individuals were granted protection in the UK through various resettlement schemes in 2023. You heard the figure right, 736. This is a dismal figure. The Lib Dem responses must be different. The amendment reiterates our existing commitments, initially proposed by Seekers of Sanctuary, of which I'm a board member, to resettle at least 10,000 refugees each year and to offer sanctuary to 10,000 unaccompanied minors over 10 years. The amendment also restates our commitment, which I was proud to propose in our 2021 conference, to creating safe and legal routes to asylum here through the introduction of humanitarian visa applications from outside the UK. Just ask yourself which were and are the main nationalities of those who arrive in the UK by boat. They're Syrians, Afghanis, Somalis, Iranians, Sudanese. They're not Ukrainians. And the reason is very obvious, because Ukrainians can come here legally. Last but not least, our amendment speaks directly to the plight of persons displaced by conflict, constituting the lion's share of today's displaced persons. Everyone has the right to leave their country, says Article 13 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. But to realize that right, there needs to be a place they can leave to. For Ukrainians, this country established relatively rapidly a sponsorship scheme, Homes for Ukraine, and a family visa scheme. No limits were placed on the number of arrivals in the UK through either schemes. Applications were made online. People arrived safely. So ask yourself, which schemes exist for those with family connections here fleeing conflicts in Sudan, the DRC, or indeed horrifically in Gaza? None. Can a British family open their home to an Afghani woman, to a gay Iranian, or to a Sudanese family now living in a makeshift tent in Chad? No. This is wrong, and it must change. We must do better than this. I'm proud to propose this amendment, which reflects core liberal internationalist values. Christine, I'm delighted to have your support for it. So please vote for this amendment and for the motion as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Could I please ask George Cunningham to stand by, and I now call John Russell from Westminster to move Amendment 2.
Good afternoon, conference. Normally I'm behind the camera, so this is my first speech to you. Thank you. I want first to thank you all for making our conferences so special. No other political party does this thing that we do: open, honest debate and dialogue, and free one member, one vote. Turning to the report, I welcome the report, but I believe that the motion can be strengthened by making it clear that tackling the climate emergency lies at the very heart of our liberal values. Conference, put bluntly, there are no liberal values on a dead planet, and there is no safety in a climate emergency. Equally, there is no global security without environmental security. No human should be left behind. There are no solutions without urgent international cooperation, strengthened international institutions, and a shared sense of humanity. The dream of limiting warming to 1.5 degrees is lost, and we are well on our way to 2. We know that when the Earth systems, we don't know when the Earth systems will collapse, at what point the tipping points will tip. This is not a climate crisis. This is a fight for planetary survival. Climate change does not care how wealthy your nation is or how much you spend on defense. We must fight, but we must also have hope. UK emissions have fallen to the lowest levels since 1879 and are now 53% below 1990 levels. This is one thing we should thank the Conservatives for. However, Rishi Sunak has decided to play short-term political games. The Conservatives have slowed the conversion to electric cars, rode back on plans to install heat pumps, decided to pointlessly drill for more oil and gas, and are gambling with our emissions targets by spending the surplus unwisely. As Liberal Democrats, we can be proud of our long-standing record of the environment. We were the first party to call for an end to the Climate Change Charter Treaty, the Energy Charter Treaty, and this has now happened. As a party, we are committed to restoring the international development budget to 0.7. We know tackling climate change is a key priority to development spending. We will show leadership in the Paris Agreement by meeting the UK's nationally determined contribution and arguing for a greater global ambition. We will work with our European neighbours to tackle the climate emergency, including by associating the UN emissions trading system. We will continue the UK's commitment to the UN Loss and Damage Fund that is so important. As Liberal Democrats, we know we must work together with other countries to achieve our common goals. We must restore relations, reverse the damage work that a terrible Brexit has done. Most importantly, we must assign a value to nature in all that we do and all that we are. Conference, I beg to move.
Thank you very much. Can I please ask Sarah Lewis to stand by, and I now call George Cunningham from Lib Dem Overseas to propose Amendment 3.
Hello, Conference. This amendment is supported by the FPC, the Federal International Relations Committee, Lib Dem's Friends of Armed Services, and Lib Dem's Friends of Ukraine. From us all, first of all, can we congratulate Christina and the working group for the fantastic work they've done on this most excellent motion. The amendment expresses the will of our party to keep supporting Ukraine with the wherewithal to give it a fighting chance to defend itself and to protect Europe from further Russian military incursions. Russia must be stopped in Ukraine. Conference, Russia's whole economy is now on a war footing. Our adversary is ramping up its procurement and its technology at a frightening pace. Russian defense companies are working at full pelt to supply their armed forces, supplemented by drones from Iran and 2 million artillery shells delivered so far from North Korea. At the same time, Ukraine is running short of weapons to protect its cities, and vital aid is tied up at the US Congress. The West has given Ukraine enormous military support in terms of hardware and munitions. Our stocks, much reduced by the peace dividend after the Cold War, have almost run dry. There is a great and urgent need to replenish them for Ukraine and ourselves. Conference, we must not leave our own armed forces vulnerable either. This is why the amendment calls for the recreating our ability to ramp up production rapidly. This would require our government to cooperate with the EU and its upcoming defence industrial strategy to reforge relations with European industry and give it the necessary incentives alongside the EU's to be able to restart, close production lines, deliver urgent upgrades and big increase in volumes on demand. Indeed, French defence companies are setting up manufacturing plants in Ukraine itself to go faster. Conference, the second part of this amendment is to do with what to do with $300 billion of Russian sovereign wealth assets, approximately half the total assets of the Russian state, which are currently frozen in Western banks. Most of it is held by Euroclear in Belgium. Meantime, the damage caused by Russia's aggression in Ukraine, according to the World Bank, amounts to a staggering $480 billion and rising. Given the poor state of European government budgets, which are already heavily supporting Ukraine financially, there is no possibility to rebuild Ukraine without using Russian assets. The principle is also clear: the aggressor must pay. Last month, the European Parliament passed a resolution underlining the urgency of finding legal pathways to confiscate Russian assets for reconstruction and to compensate victims of war. Much work is going on in the G7 to find lawful means to access Russia's sovereign wealth funds to help Ukraine. Discussions are ranging from using the interest profit being made on the Russian sovereign wealth funds or using the $300 billion as collateral to raise loans for Ukraine. The European Commission is due to take action next week. The West has already said it will not give Russia's assets back unless reparations are paid. The upper house of the Swiss Parliament has not waited and has already supported its government proposal to transfer $8 billion of frozen assets belonging to the Russian Central Bank to Ukraine. Conference, agreeing this amendment will send a strong political signal of support to Ukraine in its hour of need. Support freedom, support Ukraine, support this motion, support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Could I please ask David Chalmers to stand by, and I now call Sarah Lewis from Lambeth to move Amendment 4.
Conference. In 2020, Boris Johnson announced that the Department for International Development would be merged into the Foreign Office. In 2021, the UK abandoned its 0.7% commitment. These short-sighted and isolationist policies were well documented at the time and are rightly addressed by this motion. This amendment, Amendment 4, addresses a lesser-known example of where this Conservative government has overseen a decline in support for activities that promote stability, cooperation, and UK interests internationally, the hollowing out of the British Council. The British Council's mission is to build a more peaceful and prosperous world built on trust. An important mission for a difficult time, but what use is such a mission without the resources to deliver on it? In 2020, the UK government's grant and aid contribution to the British Council was £187 million. The 2024 budget puts that contribution at £162 million. That's a more than 10% decrease in UK government contributions to the Council, and in real terms, the decrease is far bigger. This new financial settlement has forced a restructure of British Council operations that has included halting grant activity in a number of countries and closing down in-country operations in others. Of course, this is billed as a transformation to make it sound terribly exciting and impactful, but in the British Council's own corporate plan, financial sustainability is called out as one of the institution's most significant risks. But why should we care? 3 reasons. Number 1, because we should care about the British Council. Its activities support the UK creative and academic sectors, 2 of our most significant exports. It promotes UK values and priorities overseas, whether LGBTQ rights or climate action. It works to counter some of the most insidious forces threatening democratic freedoms globally: online disinformation, the destruction of cultural heritage sites and assets, restrictions on free creative expression. The second reason we should care is because we should care about the commercialisation of the British Council. One of the hallmarks of the British Council's transformation is a far greater reliance on the success of its commercial operations. That's to say, revenue-generating activities. Of course, there's a role for the private sector in promoting British interests and values overseas, but if all the tools in our diplomatic toolkit are driven by a short-term revenue generation imperative, rather than by the UK's long-term relationships and interests, are we likely to be successful? I believe the decline in public funding for the British Council is part of a broader erosion of consensus around the role of the state in protecting our country's long-term interests internationally, and this is particularly dangerous when other states are flexing their muscles so powerfully. Third, we should care because institutions like the British Council that are at arm's length from the UK's political process can truly build, maintain and bolster trusted relationships regardless of political turbulence. We need institutions that will keep key relationships alive no matter the party of government or the timing of a general election or even a Liz Truss premiership. So, Conference, this amendment calls for a return to 2019 levels of support for the British Council. This would signal a renewed commitment to the role of the Council and to the use of UK taxpayer funds for tools that promote peace, prosperity and trust over the long term. I urge you to support this amendment and to vote for the motion as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I please ask Irina von Wiese to stand by, and I now call David Chalmers, who is chair of the Federal International Relations Committee.
Good morning, Conference. This motion is hugely important and has much to commend it, and has the full support of the Federal International Relations Committee, which I chair, and I urge you to vote for it in its entirety and to support all 4 amendments. I've been a member of the past 2 years of the working group that produced this motion, and the associated policy paper. It could not come at a more critical moment. For the first time in my lifetime, we have a war raging to our east in Ukraine, which if Russia wins, will not stop there and poses a real threat to our liberal democracies, our liberal values, and to our country and its people. We, as liberals, have recognised and take this threat seriously and understand the importance of working with our global partners in alliances around the world, NATO, the EU, and the UN. Others, I'm sure, in this debate will focus on many of these points. I wish to highlight an aspect of this motion which also has huge significance for our security, our relationship with the People's Republic of China and the Communist Party of China. For several years, my committee worked on producing a detailed policy towards China that was to have been debated at the conference in autumn 2022. But the death of the Queen prevented that from happening. The few crucial references to China in this motion today are but a tip of the iceberg. This motion is confirming a policy that to a large extent has already been adopted by our parliamentarians and formed the policy towards China that was endorsed unanimously by our sister parties across Europe at the Audi Congress last year in Stockholm. We were the first party to recognise that China's ambition at a global level poses a national security threat to the UK and the international order to which we belong, and condemned the Tory government for its lack of a clear strategy on China. Whilst we recognise the need to continue working with China on global issues such as climate change, biodiversity, health, and nuclear proliferation, and the need to choose our language carefully, we cannot ignore the CCP's increasingly arbitrary decisions, coercion, interference, and human rights abuses, notably in Hong Kong, Xinjiang, and Tibet. China's support for Russia should be a wake-up call that we cannot continue with business as before. If Russia is successful in wiping out Ukraine's ambition to be a thriving member of our family of European liberal democracies, it is almost certain that China will set her sights on Taiwan. It must be made clear to China any attempt to upset the delicate balance of power in East Asia will not be tolerated. That includes an invasion of Taiwan or the bullying of her neighbours that leads to a direct conflict. Liberal Democrats have a unique perspective in this challenging world through our relationships and alliances with our sister parties that include the DPP in Taiwan, who have just won the recent presidential election, and President Zelensky's party, Servant of the People in Ukraine. Please, this is an important motion. I urge you to support the motion as a whole and the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I please ask Michael Fox to stand by, and I now call Irina von Wiese from Southwark.
Good morning, Conference. I grew up in post-war, de-armed and pacifist West Germany, protesting against the stationing of NATO Pershing II missiles in my neighborhood, convinced that a policy of mutual deterrence was bound to end in nuclear Armageddon. Today, 40 years on, I wish those missiles were still there. Today, a neo-imperialist Russia has set its eyes on restoring the former Soviet Empire, and an emboldened China has infiltrated large parts of the world with more subtle but no less effective means. Today, 72% of the world's population live in autocracies. More and more liberal democracies are backsliding, even in the heart of Europe. Meanwhile, major autocratic powers are aligning, tacitly or overtly cooperating and drawing neutral states into their shadow. The West has been asleep for too long. Time to wake up. As an MEP, I saw firsthand how unity can project strength against autocratic regimes. Yes, it takes political compromise, but it can be done. What we lost with Brexit is not just our voice at the table. After 4 years of catastrophic Tory foreign policy, we risk losing our credibility on the global stage. From Boris Johnson's breach of his own withdrawal agreement to Rishi Sunak's shameful threats to take Britain out of the European Convention on Human Rights, the Tories have turned the UK into an unreliable, untrustworthy third country. Our friends in the EU tell me they mourn the loss of a partner in their North Atlantic and global security architecture, a bridge builder between Germany and France, between NATO and the EU. Ironically, it was Russia's brutal attack on Ukraine that has focused even the Tories' Eurosceptic minds. Faced with war on our doorsteps, some security and defense cooperation with the EU was hastily re-established. Mind you, it does not extend to a place at the table where Ukraine's fate is decided right now. That is what this Brexit government has achieved: irrelevance. This motion proposes a comprehensive security treaty with the EU, which goes above and beyond Britain's NATO commitments. Such a treaty is not just crucial in the fight against Putin. It would be a hugely important first step in rebuilding trust between a new UK government and a new EU Parliament and Commission, the precondition for any future realignment.
Please draw your remarks to a close.
With our closest neighbours. I urge you, please support this motion and notably Amendment 3. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Could I please ask Bobby Dean to stand by, and I now call Michael Fox, the PPC for Leeds South West and Morley, who will be speaking against the motion.
Good morning, conference. First of all, I'd like to thank the working group for putting together what is a very comprehensive motion, and there is a lot to support in it. I was badgering the party for years to come up with a defence policy, and I'm very glad that we are finally debating one at conference. You might be surprised then to hear why I'm opposing this motion today. That is for two key reasons. I think there are oversights and mistakes in the policy motion. In her opening remarks, Dr. Cheng referenced the threat that Donald Trump and the Republican Party in America is posing to the reliability of NATO. I agree with that, but the policy motion does not properly address that issue. It rightly says that NATO is the fundamental basis of our defence in Europe, but it proposes a security cooperation agreement with European countries that does not include defence. With Russia invading Ukraine and America looking an increasingly unreliable partner, it's time that European countries took responsibility for our own defence and had a security arrangement that took proper consideration of that and complements or even potentially had to replace our commitments to NATO. The second mistake with this policy is that it correctly identifies a strategic goal to defend UK territorial integrity, European defence, and overseas territories. Unfortunately, it doesn't say how we are to achieve that in any way. It commits us to a 2% defence spending target, 2% of GDP. This was set up as a minimum baseline for European countries, not as a target for one of its leading members to be aiming for. The Conservative government is aiming towards 3%. Why can we not increase that as well? 2% is clearly vastly inferior and nowhere near what we need to defend this country or to meet the strategic objectives, the strategic objectives set out in this policy. Similarly, the policy calls for reversal to the government's cuts to the army. Now, that cut equals about 9,000 soldiers. The policy says that we should be defending Europe and Britain. Is 9,000 soldiers really what is going to turn the tide of the war in Ukraine, or is it going to fend off Russia from invading the UK? Now, as a former sailor, I might say we'd be better off with a load of submarines to do that, since we are an island. But the point isn't that. We could argue about specific spending all day. The point is that the policy does not set up a proper mechanism for identifying what commitments we should be making and what spending we should be making. We should be driving from strategic objective to capabilities that we need to meet that objective and then to funding. Any rational process must go that way and would inevitably come out with more than a 2% spending target.
Please draw your
Conference,
remarks.
please oppose the motion today for these reasons. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I please ask Sean McLeod to stand by, and I now call Bobby Dean, who will hopefully be our next MP for Coshalton and Wallington, to speak for the motion.
Conference, before I begin, let me just respond to that last speech and say now is not the time to be giving up on NATO. Conference, our party's commitment to internationalism is a core reason that I'm a Liberal Democrat. We understand that the compassion for others does not end at any arbitrary border, and that liberalism is about caring about not just for the individual, but every individual. I've dedicated my career to international development, and it is such a rewarding sector to work in. But our country's perception of it is crushing. People think that the money is wasted, lost through corrupt governments or frittered away on pointless projects. But since the year I was born, we have lifted over 1 billion people out of extreme poverty, halved the number of children dying before the age of 5, and got almost every child attending school, including millions more young girls. Conference, that is not money wasted. Now, don't get me wrong, there are plenty of issues with international development, from transparency and monitoring impact to its relationship with trade and the countries that it operates within. These are all big, tough things that the world needs to get to grips with. But on every single one of them, it was Britain that was leading the way. The UK's Department for International Development had respect across the whole world. One of the first of its kind, its depth and breadth of expertise was unparalleled, and so was the funding to match. But now, it's been stripped of its superpowers. 0.7% downgraded to 0.5%, breaking international rules so the Home Office can raid the pot for asylum accommodation, and the damaging merger with the Foreign Office. The total loss of these cuts is way greater than the funds lost for programmatic work. The UK's thought leadership on how to move away from a colonial donor-recipient model to a locally led, community-driven partnership model is a loss to the entire sector. Our unique position as a global financial leader, and therefore our associated ability to unlock the potential of multilateral development banks, microfinance, and broader private sector investment is missed too. Conference, when Britain walks away from its global responsibilities, the impact is not just felt by those individuals, families, and communities that we withdraw funding from. The entire global community loses an important force. We cannot sit by and allow this to happen. It is clear that the Conservatives cannot be trusted with our global role. But Labour is lacking commitment too. They have failed to properly commit to restoring 0.7% and have not confirmed whether they would reinstate a Department for International Development. And so it falls to us, as it so often does on internationalist issues, to defend what is right. Conference, back this motion today and prove that it is only the Liberal Democrats that will get Britain standing tall on the global stage again.
Thank you very much. Could I please ask Johnny Singh to stand by, and I now call Sean McLeod from East Hampshire to speak for the motion and lines 40 to 55.
Good morning, everybody. It's good to be here with so much in the paper and the motion to support. So, 3 minutes to add my perspective on just 3 points. First, diplomacy and development. If only states could see themselves as others see them. To find our place in the changing world, we need to see ourselves through a glass less darkly. We have great national assets, our diplomatic network, British Council, BBC World Service, universities, democratic traditions, and so much more, much to be proud of. But self-confidence serves diplomacy best when leavened with humility. Resources go further when we cooperate, when we buy into and support the initiatives of others, and when we use our assets wisely. The disruptive departmental merger already referred to bruised development specialists and career diplomats alike. Rather than a ministry, though, I think there may be a case for recreating an international development agency, a good global citizen acting on behalf of the United Kingdom. The motion rightly highlights diplomatic skills and training. This has to mean prioritising, valuing and rewarding language skills, regional experience, thematic expertise, and high-calibre policy and influencing capability. Second, Europe. For 3 decades, I worked for British governments as they helped shape the European Union. Then, over 6 years, I worked for 4 prime ministers, 5 foreign secretaries, and I think 7 Europe ministers, not quite sure, as they unravelled ties and distanced the United Kingdom from this common endeavour. I won't dwell now on that experience, but rebuilding credibility, relationships, and the benefits of being an influential member of an influential club have perhaps even wider importance than reflected in the paper and motion. Third, principles and pragmatism. We must indeed put liberal democracy, fundamental freedoms, and human rights at the heart of foreign policy. But international relations are rarely simple and often messy. Idealism and pragmatism only sometimes offer the same answer. One thing the UK has got right is supporting Ukraine as a matter of principle and of security. We need to ensure that the UK shows similar commitment on the European Convention on Human Rights. Principles and pragmatism also shout out the need for consistent UK commitment to action on climate change, so I support Amendment 2. Finally, no one has a monopoly on foreign policy wisdom. Personally, I think it's a pity that the policy paper in places might suggest that we think otherwise. But with significant expertise, this party can contribute informed and imaginative thinking. I commend Layla Moran for her well-judged words on Gaza, and I remain in awe of Paddy Ashdown's commitment to Western Balkan peace and stability. Knowledge, insight, ideas, integrity and courage. That's the way to make liberal voices and liberal values heard in a dangerous world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I please ask Nicholas Chan to stand by, and I call Johnny Singh from Brent, who was the Vice Chair of the working group.
Conference, we've heard already from this stage about why Britain needs the Liberal Democrats. We've also heard about some of the complex, multi-layered challenges that we face as a nation and as a world. And that is why the world needs us to stand up and put forward a hopeful, clear-eyed vision of liberal internationalism. That is what this motion does. That is what this paper does. Now, I've seen firsthand the consequences of not having a strategy rooted in our values. From flying combat missions in Afghanistan to working as a development professional supporting communities affected by conflict, crisis and displacement in Sudan, in Myanmar, and in the Sahel. I know what it means to people to be on the receiving end of British ammunition and of British aid. Our place in the world matters, and we must put forward a liberal vision of how we go about that. Our strategy has 3 pillars. You would have read from the paper. Firstly, we recognise, and to the previous speaker's point, with humility, we recognise our unique position and our responsibilities and our opportunities for Britain to be a convening power in the world, where we leverage our excellence and expertise in defence, in diplomacy, in development, in education, in our cultural and our financial sectors, with humility, with grace, but with purpose. And that ties into the second pillar, which is working through multilateral organisations, with partners, with allies, with NATO as the cornerstone of our defence, to make sure that we promote peace, security and justice globally. And again, that means working with existing liberal democracies, with those on the path to democracy, and at times with those who don't share our values, where the cost of failure is too high and the challenge is too great for us not to cooperate. The third element, then, is uniting a strategy around defence, diplomacy and development, the 3 Ds, and making sure that our diplomats and our development professionals, as well as our military officers, are clear on what their objectives are and how they can achieve that. It is our values that make us strong in the world, and it is our values that give us the chance to promote peace, stability and justice. This motion sets out a strategy to both promote and defend liberal values, and I urge you to pass it along with all the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I please ask Martin Hallwood to stand by, and I now ask Nicholas Chan from Medway to speak for the motion.
Conference, good afternoon. Now, thank you, Christine, for proposing this motion and all the amendments that the Liberal Democrats, Friends of Hong Kong, will also gladly support. This is a very far-reaching policy with dedicated expertise, and I hope the conference will support this motion as a whole. Now, may I just say also thank you for giving me this opportunity to join the Liberal Democrats. I wouldn't have known a lot in 1989 when I was still a baby, but all I know is that it was Paddy Ashdown who stood in Parliament alone, but then he led the whole Liberal Democrats and the whole Parliament to give the people of Hong Kong the right of a vote in the UK. And it was this policy that actually allows my mother to safely be in Singapore or any other third country to seek a safe harbor for me and my sister whenever that I like. Now, no people from Hong Kong would ever have to travel to the UK in small boats because there was a safe harbor policy. And this policy was not simply just the work of the United Kingdom alone. It was the work of United Kingdom leading other liberal democracies around the world to hopefully resettle as many people from Hong Kong as possible. And I know that this can be repeated, and that's why we need to work with our allies, and many of our allies are in NATO, so that we can have a better resettlement scheme because they're just increasing amount of challenging regimes and people who will actually want to vote with their feet, like myself, to come to the UK or other liberal democracies and to fight for a better future. Now, I'll also move on to the issue of soft power when it comes to institutions like our independent think tanks, our great university in the United Kingdom, and the BBC. These are the soft powers that we must fight for, and that's why it is in the policy today before you. I can spend all day debating on whether, for example, a social media company, let's say TikTok, should be banned or it should not be banned. I am well aware of the legal prospects on it. For example, that it has data integrity problems with children. But the main thing we can do is that we can push for the exports of our British values, the rule of law, the common law, and while we protect ourselves, we also promote these values to liberal democracies of free and open states so that we entice them not to fall into the umbrella of China and Russia, because these are the countries that will pull them further into autocracy. So, conference, once again, thank you for giving me the opportunity here, and I commend this motion to the House.
Thank you very much. Could I please ask Duncan Brack to stand by, and I now call Martin Hallwood from Cheltenham, who's speaking for the motion and against parts of Amendment 2.
Do not suffer appeals to national pride to blind you, Gladstone told the Tories back in 1879. Do not set up false phantoms of glory. Remember that the sanctity of life in the hill villages of Afghanistan among the winter snows is as inviolable in the eye of Almighty God as can be your own. Conference, we stand in a long and proud internationalist tradition. Christine, this excellent motion and paper present detailed, thoughtful policy to keep us safer, restore partnerships and rebuild soft power damaged by Conservatives still chasing false phantoms of glory after all these years. The UK only achieved the 50-year-old target of 0.7% of national income on development because in government we implemented policy voted for by this conference. Never think that what you vote for in this hall doesn't matter. That vote saved millions of lives, funded girls' education, clean water, urgent humanitarian aid, and environmental action, all cut back when the Tories slashed 0.7 back to 0.5, and during a pandemic which trashed fragile health systems worldwide, when many European countries increased aid. And the cuts didn't fall evenly. Funding to the UN to save lives from HIV/AIDS, cut by 80%. Family planning funds down from 154 million to just 23. UK funds for UNICEF, highly effective aid for the world's most vulnerable children, cut from 40 million to just 16. An unconscionable broken promise to the world's poorest. Not my words, but Andrew Mitchell's, the coalition minister who fought the cuts, now co-opted back into this shameful government. Now, it's not just the amount. In government, we set up the Independent Commission on Aid Impact, met the Independent Aid Transparency Initiative standard and emphasised partnership, results, transparency and accountability. In line with the Sustainable Development Goals, we prioritised poverty reduction by law and made gender and sustainability key. Amendment 2's emphasis on climate change is right, but not lines 6 to 9 to increase the proportion of UK aid devoted to it. From what to what exactly? At the cost of which health and sanitation programmes? All UK aid should meet sustainability tests. In the European Parliament, I called for 0.7% partnership and transparency in development by all member states, and with head held high because we were doing it. Not now. And talking of Europe, how great to see here the pledge to a proper EU security treaty. Brexit undermined European solidarity in the face of threats to our peace and freedom. As your MEPs, we back NATO, but also stronger European defence cooperation, Trump-proofing European security. Liberals in the EU still do, but we're a major military and intelligence power, and they need us to be part of that project. So, conference, do as Gladstone asked. Recognise the sisterhood and equality of nations, the absolute equality of public right among them. Support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I please ask Dr. Carol Weaver to stand by, and I now call Duncan Brack, member of the Federal Policy Committee, to speak for the motion.
Thank you very much, Nick, and thank you, Christine and the working group for an excellent paper. Conference, I want to talk about the parts of the paper that deal with cooperation between the EU and the UK. The paper sets out key aims: keeping the country safe, free and secure, promoting peace, tackling the rise of authoritarianism, supporting the world's most vulnerable. The UK would be better placed to achieve all of these aims if it has a much stronger and healthier relationship with the EU than it does now. Thanks to Brexit and successive Conservative governments' decisions to pursue confrontation rather than cooperation, the UK's standing on the world stage has taken a significant hit. They promised to take back control, but they did the opposite. In reality, they weakened Britain's capacity to control its future. So that's why the provisions in this paper for rebuilding that relationship are so important. Establishing formal cooperation mechanisms on foreign and security policy, coordinating over sanctions against Russia, collaborating with EU member states on the development of defence technologies and common equipment procurement, joining activities like the peacekeeping mission in Bosnia and Herzegovina, or the military mobility scheme, working with Europol and Eurojust. And above all, this means a new security and cooperation agreement with the EU, which, as Christine and Irina both said, should be our top priority. This is complementary to NATO, but covering security arrangements that NATO doesn't. Terrorism, policing, hybrid warfare, intelligence sharing, cybersecurity. I don't think there is any strong case for dismantling NATO, which is what I think Michael Fox was arguing. This is a complementary setup to so EU and NATO working together, stronger than both working apart. A stronger relationship with the EU is critical to international security, as it is to so many other areas of UK policy. Promoting trade, regulating business, tackling the climate and nature emergencies, science and innovation, education, culture, development, and many more. And Conference has reaffirmed this as party policy time after time. The detailed roadmap we set out 2 years ago describes the steps the UK can take to rebuild the relationship, which are both good in themselves and essential if the UK is to be able to rejoin the EU once more. The proposals in this paper fit perfectly into that roadmap. Now, I understand why the leadership doesn't want to highlight EU issues during the election campaign, though it was good to see Ed Davey talk about it in his interview with the FT on Thursday, and I hope he'll talk about it in his speech tomorrow. But within a year, Within a year, we will be faced with a new government, almost certainly a Labour government, and their existing political strategy, which is basically not being the Tories, will need to change. Now, there are many differences between us and Labour, but one of the clearest distinctions is over attitudes to the EU, where Labour is mostly pretending the issue simply doesn't exist. It should be the role of this party to confront them with the truth, that there is no road to the prosperity, security and well-being of the United Kingdom and its citizens that does not run through Europe. Please vote for the motion.
Thank you very much. Could I please ask Rob Blackie to stand by, and I call Dr. Carol Weaver from Harborough, who's speaking for the motion, and in particular lines 98 to 109.
Good morning, conference. So I'm Carol Weaver. I'm the PPC for Leicester South, and also I'm a member of the working group. As a member of the International Security Policy Working Group, I'm here to support, in particular, Section 5. Several other speakers have done so. Thank you very much to them. And I was wondering how many of you have heard of the European Political Community? And if you have heard of it, were you aware that, number one, we're a member of it? Number two, it has 2 summits a year. Number three, the UK was meant to be hosting it in the first half of this year. Number four, Number 10 has just said in the last few days that maybe it will be held sometime in mid-July, which I don't think is the first half of the year. And also it will focus not on issues like security or Ukraine, but on immigration. So our European friends are really not happy about this and about many other things, and it shows the government's continued contempt towards Europe. The Liberal Democrats, on the other hand, are fully committed to UK and European security, not just via NATO, which we support, but also a new comprehensive security treaty, as outlined in Section 5, and which needs to be fairly urgently looked at. This treaty will go above and beyond NATO, and perhaps make us less reliant on the US, should they want to make changes to NATO, which is certainly under discussion in America, and especially under a second Trump presidency, which we hope won't happen. Europe needs to be able to protect itself by interoperability and working together on the development of new defence technologies, equipment, systems and training, while still being committed to NATO. Belt and braces. The treaty would also cover security arrangements not dealt with via NATO, such as terrorism from internal sources, policing and intelligence sharing. The Liberal Democrats would take this treaty forward, making it a priority in our relationship with the EU. We need to rebuild those relationships as soon as we can. So I urge you to please vote for the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I please ask Michael Kilpatrick to stand by, and I now call Rob Blackie, our candidate for Mayor of London.
Good morning. Conference, I welcome this motion because spreading liberal values around the world makes us all safer. Dictators helpfully tell us what they're scared of because they try to ban things like the free news. So strengthening the world service, as the motion proposes, is just a start. That's why murdered Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny said this a few months ago. Truth and free information hit Putin's insane regime just as hard as Javelin missiles. But as Navalny pointed out, the shutdown of independent media and website blocking in Russia have been doing their job to cut the Russian people off. So Navalny called for advertising. He said, we need ads, lots of ads, a huge national anti-war campaign, which starts with an advertising campaign that shows 200 million ads a day, enough to reach every Russian internet user twice, across Russia, in cities and villages, on every tablet and on every phone. As Navalny finished, he said, one shot from a Javelin missile cost $230,000. For the same money, we could show 200 million ads in Russia. Now, in 2022, I started exactly this campaign that Navalny asked for. So far, we have shown 400 million ads in Russia, and we have helped hundreds of thousands of Russians to find real news about the war in Ukraine. But, as Alexei Navalny said, we need more, much more. We need to deluge dictatorships across the world with the truth. The news needs to get to people, and we can do that through advertising. We can then break through the walls of censorship with a wave of advertising, so that people can see the truth and break free from their dictatorships. Please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. After this speech, we're going to move into the summations. I now call Michael Kilpatrick from South Cambridgeshire, who has promised to speak for just 1 minute.
Here we go again. This is rather off the cuff. Those of you who know me well might not be surprised that when we had a family holiday in Malaysia and Borneo, I had a long discussion on the federal constitution of Malaysia with our guide. And likewise in Cambodia, which we went to last year, it wasn't just about seeing temples, it's about talking to the guides and knowing what's going on in and around that thing. So when I looked at section 2.4 of the paper, I was a little bit disappointed about the lack of detail in the approach to China and the Far East, because I don't think actually that Japan, for example, needs our help. And Taiwan, of course, is a specific case. But there are countries, not democracies in South Asia, East Asia, which we should be working with and helping to become better democracies. And the lack of attention and detail in that rather brief section in what is an issue which, as David pointed out, is very important, is very disappointing. So my school report for section 2.4 of the paper is, could try harder. Oh, 1 minute, and I got the F word in there too.
Thank you very much. So we're going to move on to the summation speeches. As we've had no one speak against amendments 1, 3 and 4, I will not be calling the summators on those amendments. We did have one person speak against amendment 2, so therefore I call John Russell to summate on amendment 2.
Conference, I speak in favour of my amendment. This is a strong amendment. We can be proud of who we are as a party, of our record on the environment. The Conservatives have left the stage. They're more interested in paying party politics than they are in making our lives better. The tackling environmental change is not just good for the environment, it's good for all of us. It saves bill payers, it saves the planet. Labour had a 36 million pledge and they have given up. My motion is strong. It wants to see us return as a global leader. Brexit has undoubtedly been immensely damaging to our standing in the world, to our reputation. Solving this crisis is a matter of cooperating, and it's particularly about cooperating with our nearest and closest neighbours. There is so much that we have to do, and there is so little time. I believe that this is crucial, and Britain has lost its reputation. The Conservatives are happy to gamble that away for some possible short-term electoral success at home. We are different. We know that solutions come from our cooperation with others. We are steadfast in our commitment to the environment. We will put value on it. We have solutions. Conference, I recommend my motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I now call Richard Ford, the MP for Tiverton and Honiton, and our spokesperson for Defence, to summate on the motion.
The 7th of May 2000 is a significant date for me. On the 7th of May in the year 2000, 3 things happened. Number 1, the British Army went into Sierra Leone and were very successful in defeating a rebel group called the West Side Boys. Number 2, it was my very first day at the Royal Military Academy, Sandhurst. And number 3, and I didn't know this at the time, it was the date of the inauguration of Vladimir Putin as president. And I mention those 3 things because when I went to Sandhurst, what I supposed I would be doing during my military career would be carrying on in the vein of liberal interventionism, making the world a safer place in concert with our friends and allies, indeed with the global community, the international community. I should have been listening that day to the inauguration speech given by President Putin, because he talked about the importance of kinship. He talked about a sacred duty to unite the Russian people. Now, I'm fascinated by history, and if I go back 120 years, I'm really interested to read about the Edwardian period, where there were, let's face it, a pretty few conceits going around. We talked about muscular Christianity. We talked about gunboat diplomacy. We lived in an imperial age. I really thought that imperial age was behind us. And I'm afraid to say it's not only with us in Russia, but certainly some of the conservatives and the things that I hear them saying show that these conceits are still with us, even though we are a quarter of the way through the 21st century. I'm fed up of these empire boys, and I want to get them out. These conservatives are quick to condemn our European allies. They are prepared to relegate our own security so long as it serves to feed a narrative of plucky Britain standing alone against the world. But they are half-hearted in the embrace of real security afforded by working with European allies. Now, I am so proud of the way that we develop policy in this party. I think what we've heard today is some brilliant speeches. Yes, from the International Security Working Group, who've been doing amazing work over the last 18 months or 2 years, but also from the floor of conference, some really inspired ideas, and I'll reflect on a few of them in a moment. But I just also want to say, Theresa May put together the 2017 Conservative Party manifesto single-handedly. She did it with her 2 chiefs of staff, so that the first time that the then Secretary of State for Defence, indeed any of the cabinet of that era, saw that manifesto was at the manifesto launch. We can be proud in this party that we put together our policy ourselves. Christine, thank you very much for moving a terrific motion. We can see that in the ways that we as a party were warning ahead of the departure from the European Union what would happen. We as a party were warning about reneging on 0.7% of GDP for international development, what would happen. We were warning about losing interest in peace between the Israelis and the Palestinians, what might happen. We now know that we were right to be warning about those vulnerabilities. Ruby's First Amendment is excellent in talking about the importance of a sponsorship scheme. And we remember that when we, Liberal Democrats, were in government, we introduced the Syrian Vulnerable Persons Resettlement Scheme back in 2014 to make sure that people in the most awful circumstances would not have to suffer their fate. John Russell came up with a terrific point about climate and climate change mitigation, just how important that is to our security. And we should reflect that in government, when we were there, we were insulating 2.3 million homes every year. That has since fallen to 300,000 under this disgraceful Conservative government. George Cunningham's super amendment talks about the importance of making the aggressor pay. And it is true to say that Russia's economy, now being on a war footing, is a concern for us all. We need to demonstrate that what Russia has committed in Ukraine is the crime of aggression, and we should do that under international law, using a special tribunal for Ukraine. Sarah Lewis talked about the importance of the British Council and of soft power, and it provides us with an opportunity to remember that it's this Conservative government and their Home Office visa rules that are trying to exclude international students from coming to these shores to take back what they learn about British culture and British society back to more autocratic societies in the hope that we might then influence them. David Chalmers points out that if Russia succeeds in Ukraine, it will not stop there, and he's right. We heard from former Prime Minister Dmitry Medvedev about how the Kremlin intended to move into Kyiv, but that it did not necessarily intend to stop there. Elena talked about growing up and opposing Pershing missiles in Germany, and so it's particularly moving to hear her talk about how we need a comprehensive security treaty with the European Union now. Michael Fox, and I do think it's fantastic that this party is prepared to consider the alternative perspective. It is not for nothing that we rail against conformity. But Michael, this paper talks about at least 2% of GDP on defence. And so your suggestion that we move from threat to capability to spending requirements does not undermine this paper. Bobby, you talk about a donor-recipient model in a colonial fashion, and you're exactly right. And it's incredible that we're going to have people like you in Parliament after this general election. Sean talked about the importance of rewarding language skills. In 2022, it's incredible to think that there were only 14 FCDO officials being trained to speak fluent Mandarin. That is absolutely appalling, and we need to get better at using our assets more wisely. Johnny talked about the convening power that the UK still has and the importance of working with multilaterals. Nick gave a moving speech about how, thanks to the foresight of the Liberal Democrats in the 1990s, he and his family were able to grow up in the UK. Martin Horwood talked about the power of international development spending. He should know. He's a former chair of the International Development Committee in the Commons. Duncan Brack talked about NATO and the EU working together. And yes, we need to think about how it is NATO that has served for very many years to keep the Soviet Union out and the Americans in. There are so many other fantastic contributions that I could refer to, but let's face it, conference, the facts have changed. We may wish that it was 2003 and
Please draw your remarks to a close.
We may wish that it was 2003 and that we were arguing in a principled way against the Iraq War. We may wish that it was 2013 before Russia invaded Crimea with its little green men. We may wish that it was 2018 before China introduced its...
Thank you very much. I'm really sorry about that, Richard. Thank you, Richard. I'm really sorry about that. Okay, we move on now to our next section, which is going to be voting on the 4 amendments. The online voting has already opened, so those online can vote. If you are planning to vote, please make sure you're sitting down. We'll take a vote on Amendment 1 first. So those in favour of Amendment 1, please raise your voting cards. Thank you. And those against? Thank you. Okay, Amendment 2. Those in favour of Amendment 2, please raise your voting cards. And those against? Thank you. Amendment 3. Those in favour, please raise your voting cards. Thank you. And those against? Thank you. And Amendment 4. Please raise your voting cards in favour. Thank you. And those against? Thank you very much. I'll just check the online voting. Okay, I can confirm Amendment 1, 2, 3 and 4 have all passed. That means we will now move on to a vote on the motion as amended by votes 1 through to 4. So those in favour of the motion, please raise your voting cards. Thank you. And those against? Thank you very much. I'm just going to give the online vote a moment, so I'll be with you in a second. Okay, I can confirm that the motion has passed as amended by amendments 1 through to 4. Thank you very much to all speakers. I apologise for those of you who I cut off or muted. We had a huge amount of cards submitted for this one, and inevitably we have run slightly over time. So I'm sorry to all the speakers we didn't call, and I now hand over to Shafak Mohammed, who will chair the next section.
Could I ask colleagues who are leaving the hall to please leave? We are running behind time. Colleagues, we are now moving to item F8. My name is Shafak Mohammed and my colleague Alison Rouse. And it gives me great pleasure to welcome Sarah Olney to the stage. Sarah is our MP for Richmond Park, our Treasury spokesperson, and previously she's held the portfolios of education and transport. So over to you, Sarah.
Thank you very much, Shafak. It's a great privilege to be here this afternoon. Last spring, I stood on this stage and gave my first conference speech as Treasury spokesperson. I remember talking to you about the cost of living crisis, spiralling interest rates, soaring inflation, and above all, this Conservative government's shambolic mismanagement of our economy. It's now a year later, and the picture has barely changed. The economy is in recession, shopping bills are sky high, and households face crushing economic pressures, having endured the sharpest fall in living standards on record. Meanwhile, the government's botched Brexit deal continues to hinder growth and make life difficult for our small businesses, farmers and fishermen. People were crying out for a change of course. And what did the Chancellor offer instead? A desperate spring budget that didn't even touch the sides. What we saw 10 days ago was nothing short of a last-ditch attempt to cling on to power from a Conservative party that has given up on governing. No hint of a plan to grow our economy, nothing to end a crisis in our NHS, and no end to years of unfair Conservative tax rises that are driving living standards into the ground. Conference, there's no better example of this government's dishonesty than their claims to be cutting tax. Anyone who listened to Jeremy Hunt's budget will have seen how desperate he was to convince us that he's letting us keep more of what we earn. But people can see right through his empty words. Even after his changes to national insurance, he is raising taxes to their highest level in the post-war era. And it's not just that he's putting up taxes during a cost of living crisis, it's that he's doing it in the most unfair way possible, with a stealth tax that keeps income tax thresholds frozen, dragging millions of people on low pay into income tax for the first time. Those on average earnings will still see a hit of £383 over this year and next. Amongst the worst hit will be pensioners. They will feel the full force of the personal allowance freeze while getting no respite from reductions in national insurance. And unlike those of working age, they simply haven't got the option of earning more money through employment. And what about young families? Yes, we finally saw some movement on child benefit that we'd long called for, but I'm afraid that's a drop in the ocean. Nursery fees are soaring after the government failed to properly fund its childcare plan. The typical mortgage is up by £240 a month. Rents are sky high, and food prices are a whole 30% higher than they were at the start of the Parliament. Conference, under this government, people of all ages, of all walks of life, in all parts of our country have seen their living standards drop, and there was nothing in the budget to make them any better off. But Conservative mismanagement doesn't end there. People were hoping that the Chancellor would finally take action for our public services, especially the NHS, which is in crisis. And how did he respond? With yet more Conservative cuts. People can't see a GP. They can't get an ambulance on time or see an NHS dentist when they need one. Waiting lists are at near record highs. And 2.7 million people struggle with a long-term health condition that's stopping them from working. What we got from the Chancellor against this bleak backdrop was crumbs off the table, barely enough to make up for what would have been the biggest planned NHS cut since the 1970s and nothing more. In the face of this government's neglect, Liberal Democrats are clear. A strong economy requires strong public services. It's high time the government treated the crisis in our NHS with the urgency it deserves and delivered more GPs, fixed our cancer services and brought down waiting lists to give people the quality care that they deserve. Until our NHS is healthy, our workforce won't be healthy either, and neither will our economy. Conference, looking at the spring budget, it couldn't be clearer that this Conservative government represents the polar opposite of what Liberal Democrats stand for. The Conservatives have forced millions of people to pay tax, whereas when the Liberal Democrats are in government, we raise the personal allowance, taking countless people on the lowest incomes out of the income tax system. Rishi Sunak and Jeremy Hunt have taken a hammer to our public services. The Liberal Democrats invested in them and are here fighting for their future day in, day out. And the Conservatives have proven that they're perfectly happy to play fast and loose with the country's finances if they think it will keep them in power, something no Liberal Democrat would ever contemplate. Just look at their latest half-baked plan. Abolishing national insurance without being prepared to say where they'll find the £46 billion needed to do so. Have they got another mini-budget in store for us? Or are they planning to raise income tax by 7p to merge the two taxes? Boris Johnson and Liz Truss might have left number 10, but Conservative chaos and confusion still reign supreme in Downing Street. The Liberal Democrats have a different vision. We believe in having an economic plan, in fair taxes, in a cast-iron guarantee for fiscal responsibility, and in making the investments that our country needs. And that's why we are calling for all parties to be held to the same standard by enabling the Office for Budget Responsibility to independently cost general election manifestos. We understand that being responsible and being bold needn't be in conflict with each other. They need to go hand in hand. So today, I want to share with you a new part of our economic vision. Some of the biggest and most profitable companies in the world are listed on the London Stock Exchange. And every year, these same companies spend tens of billions of pounds doing nothing more than buying back their own shares. The idea is simple. Rather than reward shareholders by paying a dividend, a company can achieve the same result through share buybacks. The stock price goes up, investors receive a premium, and remaining shareholders get a bigger stake in the company. So what's the controversy? Company boards might tell you there's nothing wrong, but there's a catch. You see, every pound spent inflating share prices is a pound that could have been spent productively. And at a time when the UK is near the bottom of the table for business investment amongst major economies, that's a problem. And it's an even bigger problem for our fight against climate change. If we're going to achieve net zero, we need big corporations to channel serious investment in energy efficiency, green technologies, and clean energy. But too many put their share price above the good of our planet. Take BP, for example. Last year, they raked in a massive £11 billion profit off the back of energy bills that went sky high after Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine. And what did they do with the money? They spent less than £1 billion investing in low-carbon energy and more than £5 billion buying back their own shares. That's 5 times more buybacks than green investment. Look at the bigger picture and the figures get dizzying. In the last 2 years, share buyback programs from the 100 biggest firms on the stock exchange reached record highs, exceeding £50 billion a year. Just think what our economy could have achieved if this money was spent on productive investment. Think of the progress we could have made on the green transition. It's no wonder that people of all political persuasions think that's the wrong approach, including many within the business community itself. It also happens to be the view of a liberal across the Atlantic, President Joe Biden. He's already put in place a 1% levy on share buybacks in the US to encourage real investment and raise funding for public services. And in his State of the Union address, he proposed raising it to 4%. So today, the Liberal Democrats are proud to put forward that same call. Let's put a 4% tax on share buybacks to incentivise proper business investment, spur economic growth, and raise funds fairly for our public services to the tune of £2 billion a year. Let's take bold action. Let's take bold action to supercharge green investment and break the cycle of Conservative stagnation and recession. Let's remind the government what serious economic policy looks like. Conference, this is what our economic vision is about. Asking powerful corporations to pay their fair share, funding our public services fairly, not by penalising hard-working people, and backing smart policies that reward real investment, rebuild trade with Europe, unlock economic growth, and tackle the climate emergency. While Conservative MPs and former Prime Ministers fall over themselves to back Donald Trump, ignoring his toxic influence, we stand with Liberals to protect our values and build a fairer economy. Above all, we are standing up for the millions of British people who are being cruelly let down by the Conservative Party. So today, our message to the government is loud and clear. Call a general election now and let the country have the political and economic change it so desperately wants to see. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you, Sarah, for a fantastic speech. We are now going to hand over to Darren Smalley and Belinda Brooks-Gordon to take over for the next section.
Could those leaving the hall do so as quickly and as quietly as possible, and we'll move on to the next item shortly. Right, good afternoon, conference, and welcome to F9 Federal Appeals Panel. F9 is a constitutional amendment which you will find on pages 23 to 27 of the standard printed agenda and under conference documents if you're using the mobile app. There is a drafting amendment which has been accepted by the Federal Conference Committee. You can find that drafting amendment on page 10 of Conference Daily. May I please remind all speakers to keep to time. You are between the membership and the lunch break, so I'm sure everyone is keen that people stick to time. Can I now ask Matt McLaren to stand by, and I call on Jeremy Hargreaves to propose the motion.
Well, here we are again, dear friends. Once again, we find ourselves spending part of a perfectly good Saturday morning in York, ensuring that the details of our rules are correct. And many of our colleagues seem somehow to have got confused in their timetable and lost on the way to the auditorium, so it's just us. It is important that we do briefly these changes, so thank you for giving up a few minutes of your time to be here. I do want to reassure you, though, that the Federal Board does spend most of its time discussing important things like the party's strategy, budget, campaigning, staffing, and much more. And for what it's worth, I think the Board is now working much more effectively and very differently since its new structure started a little over a year ago. But the Board does also have to bring you routine rule changes, so let's get down to the details. Lines 13 to 17 of this motion deal with the way in which people become members of the Federal Appeals Panel. In general, the Board's been finding that actually requiring applications and interviewing applicants for roles in something more like a conventional appointment process works better than remote elections based on an artworked manifesto. It makes them much better quality decisions. So this proposal would permit that. However, following publication of the motion, it's become clear that the English party, which also makes some appointments to the Federal Appeals Panel, would like to continue to do that in a different way. And therefore, after discussions between the Federal and the English parties, the drafting amendment you see in Conference Extra has been agreed, which simply says chosen, which allows either approach. In whatever way they do it, the final decision will remain for Conference as it is now. Lines 20 to 26, also following a recommendation from the Audit and Scrutiny Committee, and I'd like to thank them for their work looking at all this in detail. Those proposals retain the requirement to retire from the appeals panel after 10 years, but they do allow, after an enforced break, for possible reappointment in the future if Federal Board decides to agree that and you then vote for it subsequently. Lines 27 to 35, again following the FAST recommendation, reduces the list of disqualifications which mean you can't be a member of the appeals panel, including removing the sadly obsolete role of MEP. It would remain the position that you can't be a member of the appeals panel if you're a member of the Federal Board or an MP, with the special exception only of retaining the option of having the Chief Whip in case that link to the parliamentary party's own processes is ever needed. Lines 36 to 40 removes one restriction on who can sit on a panel for a particular case. Lines 41 to 61 relate to the big elections we have every 3 years and the big changeover of members of federal committees. About 70 of the most important ones are voted on by all members of the party. A much smaller number are then chosen by the committees themselves, especially the Federal Board. The current requirement is that new committees, before they've even got their boots on and worked out what it is they're trying to do in strategic terms, must make these important decisions. And further, this requirement of speed always means that those already well known within the party are more likely to get chosen. So it's antithetical to diversity and bringing in a wider range of members. This therefore proposes a slightly different approach, still requiring committees to make these appointments at the start of their terms of office, but allowing them enough time to run an open process within the party to look for the best candidates, rather than doing it all in a mad rush before their first meeting. This party has literally hundreds of treasurers, so lines 62 to 64 propose just being clearer which one it is we mean. And lines 65 to 71 combine both these last 2 points together about the federal treasurer and the timetable for their appointment. So I ask you this morning, please, to approve these quite sensible changes to our rules and then get back to doing something much more important for our party and also, I really hope, something rather more fun.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. And I should have said Jeremy is Vice Chair of the Federal Board. I now call on Councillor David Evans to stand by and Matt McLaren to propose the drafting amendment.
Good afternoon, Conference. So it is my extraordinary honour to be speaking in favour of what has already been accepted as a drafting amendment for the most auspicious of Conference agenda items, a constitutional amendment. Now, there are some in the English Party in particular who would like me, in an effort to try and spice things up a little and make it a little bit more exciting for everybody, to talk about the valiant efforts of members of the English Council to defend the state parties from federal interference. And I could weave a nice tale about all of that. But to be honest, the reality is just that in an effort to change the way, in a quite a sensible way that I would happily agree with, that the federal appointments are made, it was just sort of slightly an oversight that that would automatically then, in the way it was originally drafted, affect the state parties as well. And the thing about this is that the English Council, which is the sovereign governing body for the English Party, had us only very recently changed the way that we deal with what were previously mandated elections for the Federal Appeals Panel. And we and Alison, the English Party chair, we do not particularly relish the opportunity of reopening that debate following the change that was originally proposed. So I would like to thank the Federal Board and the Federal Conference Committee for accepting the proposed drafting amendments. I'd also like to thank in particular Dr. Mark Pack, Party President, and Duncan Brack, who is talking to me on behalf of FTC, for their work on this, and also Christian Moon, who bared with us while we had a lot of to and forth on email before Conference Extra was published to make sure that everyone's happy with the language. And the result is that we get the best of all worlds, which is that the federal party can do what it wants to do and the state parties can do what they want to do and everybody is happy, which is exactly what we should be doing in a federal party. The last thing I want to say is just a little bit of explanation for everyone, because you might be thinking, especially given what Jeremy just said about how much better appointments might be than elections, that really the state parties ought to be doing that as well. Now, the reason for our concern and the reason why the English Council in particular has structured the way that we choose Federal Appeals Panel members the way that we do is simply because the English Party is a bit of an anomaly in the party. It is not the same as Scotland or Wales, because actually most of us here, those of us from England, we will engage quite directly with the regional parties, but not very directly with the English Party. So what we, certainly me and the movers of this drafting amendment, wish to preserve is the way in which the English Council itself, as quite a large body, but including a lot of people with very hefty experience in the party as campaigners and leaders of councils and parliamentary candidates, even lords, give them and preserve their opportunity on behalf of their members in their regions to maintain some control and some oversight, and in particular to be able to veto candidates for the proposed appointment to the Federal Appeals Panel in exactly the same way that the federally appointed members can be vetoed by Federal Conference, if Federal Conference so wishes. So that's what our concern was, and that's why we wanted to preserve what we have just basically confirmed within England. Hopefully that's all clear enough. I'll stop talking now and everybody go to lunch shortly. But thanks very much to everyone, and thank you. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Matt. I now call on Lucas North to stand by, but call on Councillor David Evans to speak. David is speaking against lines 13 to 17 and is from Westmoreland, Eden and Furness.
Fellow Liberal Democrats, I've been a Liberal and a Liberal Democrat for all of my adult life, and a firm believer in the values of open, participative and democratic processes as a means of ensuring that our Lib Dem fundamental values are maintained and supported. However, I have watched the increasing streamlining, bureaucratisation and centralisation of our own party over the last few years with increasing concern. And here, in lines 11 to 17, I see another step in that direction. In lines 11 to 17, when the word elected was originally proposed to be replaced by the word appointed. That really worried me. Now I see the word elected is being replaced by the word chosen, a more malleable word, but not still democratic from my point of view. I'm afraid, Liberal Democrats, I don't think it's good enough. I'm a Liberal and a Democrat, and I'm against that sort of thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. I ask Mark Pack to stand by and call on Lucas North to speak. Lucas is speaking in favour of the motion as a whole and is Vice Chair of the Liberal Democrats of England.
Hello, conference. Thank you to those of you who joined us for the most gripping debate today. I'd like to start by speaking in favour of one of the most niche changes in this motion, lines 65 to 71, the niche amongst the niche. Currently, we have two roles, the Treasurer and the Registered Treasurer, two names which sound incredibly similar and have incredibly different responsibilities, so I'm glad to see that being clarified. I welcome the drafting amendment that Matt has proposed. In England, as Matt mentioned, this has been a large conversation we've had recently. We've really struggled with filling our roles as the Federal Party have struggled with filling theirs. They have 3 times as many as us. And so I'm glad to see this motion be brought, because the FAP is an incredibly important but incredibly unheard of committee. They help to unstick internal processes, they help to judge appeals, which is their core function, but they help to make sure that we're doing things right as well and following our constitution. Now, on lines 13 to 17, the reality is that currently the word says elected, but we don't hold an election for these roles. That would be similar to electing judges, as they do in the States. That frankly terrifies me. Instead, what happens is the board makes a recommendation which is ratified by conference. That is current process. Moving to the word chosen reflects current practice. It doesn't actually change how we're choosing these people or appointing these people, because the reality is that's what happens now. Conference still has the final say on those recommendations. Conference can still veto and still has the chance to approve anyone who is being put forward. But having gone through this recently in the English Party, we followed an interview process, as was agreed by English Council as the process we should follow, so that we could accept nominations, review them, and interview or review CVs from those those nominees, to make sure that we were putting forward the right people for the role, because this is a role and a committee which requires very specific skill sets. And it's not something that should be open to party elections, because it's not a political role. It's a very administrative, very by-the-book role indeed. So I would urge you to vote for the motion in full, and thank you all for joining us.
Thank you very much, Lucas. We now have a call on Mark Pack to summate the motion as a whole. Mark is a member in Islington and party president.
So, I will focus in on lines 11 to 17, as that's what there's been some comment and even opposition to. But hopefully, from what you've heard from everyone else, the rest of the motion is straightforwardly a sensible good thing. But on lines 11 to 17, there are 2 routes by which people can become a member of the Federal Appeals Panel. They can be chosen by one of the states parties, or they can be chosen, or put there, I should say perhaps, either by one of the states parties or by the Federal Party. What this motion, particularly with the drafting amendment, would do is firstly make clear that it is for each state party to decide itself how it wishes to put its names on the Federal Appeals Panel. And that is the opposite, I would say, of centralisation. It's actually saying to each state party, you definitely, unequivocally have the ability to decide for yourselves how you wish to do this. So I would say that that part of David's speech, in a way, is almost an argument in favour rather than against this. And then secondly, there is, of course, the portion of the Federal Appeals Panel where the names come from the Federal Party. But what this wording in front of us today would change is how the board comes up with those names. What it doesn't change is the fact that every name the board comes up with, as a suggested Federal Appeals Panel member, has to come to conference for you to vote for. And that essential democratic safeguard, the bit where you all vote, and I suspect in the hall are the sorts of people who amongst us love turning up to those votes when we've had them before. You may recall each name in turn gets put to you. Each name in turn you get to say yes or no to. And so in that part of the motion, again, I would respectfully disagree with David. It's not about reducing democracy at all. It's about retaining the current important democratic safeguard that we have. And it's important that we do. I'm glad to say that so far, fingers crossed in my time as president, the Federal Appeals Panel has only once ruled to tell the Federal Board to go away and think again about something. You know, we've, as it were, won the other cases in front of them. But it's absolutely right that there is a body that can say to the Federal Board, you know what, you didn't get this right, or you know what, you've got to go and think again. And it's absolutely right that you at conference have the opportunity, therefore, to say yes or no to any name that the board puts forward to be on the Federal Appeals Panel. So this motion overall makes the process clearer, makes it simpler, enhances, if anything, the right of the state parties, and absolutely preserves the existing democratic element in the system. And therefore, I hope you will vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark, and indeed thank you to all of our speakers. The online voting is open, so those that are joining us online, you should be able to see F9 Federal Appeals Panel open. I'll just give it a few minutes and then we'll take a vote in the hall as well. Brilliant. So whilst online voting is still open, but whilst that's continuing, I'll now ask to see all those in favour of F9, please. Marvellous. Thank you. All those against F9? Brilliant. Thank you very much. Looking at the online voting as well, those taken in combination, F9 is very clearly carried. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank my aide, Belinda Brooks-Gordon, and my hall aide, Chris Mains, and I now close business in the hall for lunchtime fringes.